Yes? Yes. Hi. I've got my glasses on. Yes, hello and welcome. I better do housekeeping first. I'm wearing AirPods because I'm partially deaf. They're hearing aids for me so I can hear what people are saying. I'm not playing jazz in the background. Oh, well, maybe I am. Welcome to White Days. Again, thanks to Olaf, Michael and Kit and the rest of the team for having me do this really difficult job. I find moderating really difficult, but I said yes anyway. Briefly about me, I am this guy. I am an artist manager with many years of taking artists into international markets, releasing music and touring. I quit touring in 2022. If anybody would like to be a tour manager, see me at the end and I'll try and talk you out of it. Relevant to the panel, I also used to co-own a live venue in London. If anybody would like to open a live venue, please see me at the end. Right, we're going to do questions. We're not doing the thing where we've got time for one question. We're going to stop, hopefully about in 45 minutes and do many questions. So start thinking of your questions now. As I introduce, no, you guys can do it yourself. You're all adults. Please state your name and just say what you want to say in maybe 60 seconds.
Okay, this is me drinking whiskey. Yeah, thanks to Olaf and the French last August. Great whiskey tasting. So my name is Cesar. I come from Madrid, born and raised Spanish, but I'm a total internationalist. I lived overseas for 10 years in New Zealand and Australia, so I'm well-traveled. So I think I'm perfect for this panel. I have many experiences around the globe. I've been in the music business for 38 years, so that's sad because I'm quite old now. But yeah, I booked some tours since the mid-'80s with fax and phone. Incredible. And you receive those contracts after 2 days, you couldn't even read them. So anyway, I'm very pleased to be here. Thanks for having me. I love Edinburgh, Scotland. Yeah, great to see you. Hopefully it's going to be fun.
Next.
Hello, dear friends from Edinburgh, Scotland, and other places. My name is Fruzsina Szép, and I'm born Hungarian. I was born in Budapest, but I grew up also in some places around this planet. But and I call myself also. I feel more European than only Hungarian. I work in Germany. I'm the festival director of 2 festivals. One is called Lollapalooza in Berlin, and the other one is Superbloom in Munich. Both festivals are taking place in Olympic parks, because Germany has 2 Olympic parks, and capacity Lolla around 50,000, and Superbloom we reached 60,000 last year. I'm a board member of Europe, the European Festival Association, and I'm still in love with music, and I'm in this industry. Next year it will be 30 years, and I was also working with fax, dear Cesar, and some pigeon post maybe as well. But yeah, the good old days and the great days also today. I love to work in the live industry, and as I said, I'm still a music lover, and I also know that it's always about the people. So it's the people that matter in a team, on stage, behind the stage. So that gives me still very positive energies, that I'm still very, very happy to work in this industry, and I feel lucky because it's beside all the many times the stress and the hard work, it's also about fun and creating dreams and emotions for many, many people out there who need that in their life. And I'm very happy to be here, and I hope we can share a nice hour together.
Hello, my name is Clara. I work for Beggars Group and the 5 labels that encapsulates. I work mainly on the marketing side. You're making me feel very junior because I do not work with fax. Started started in the time of Zoom calls, which has made the international aspect of my job a lot easier. Started at Beggars in London and did my own little Brexit and got moved to Paris about 2 years ago, focusing on the global side of things. So a lot of Southeast Asia, Latin America, and Europe in general. And also very, very happy to be working with marketing in this concept and not just be selling and working more on the consumer side, but getting to work with music is really, really nice.
How lucky we are. Oh, by the way, thanks to White Days for agreeing my request, Olaf, to change the colour of your design this year to match my socks. It's very cool. And your sock. Right. Cultural, I'm reading. This is going to be chaos, right? I've tried for 2 days to find a structure. I can't find one. It's just going to be messy. Life is messy. That's okay. But it will be on me. If it's a mess, it's on me. These guys had nothing to do with this. Professionals.
We like mess.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. So, but I have got a sentence that I can read that I did that's not chaotic. So, cultural and business norms can vary greatly, even within the same country. This panel is for anyone who's about to export themselves or someone else through releasing music, touring, or promoting their art through social media. Right, I've told myself to start with number 4, so I shall do that and turn the page. I bought this, by the way, £7 from £7. That's a gig I wish I got into for a bloody clipboard. Right, number 4. So, I'm fascinated by how little we know about each other, given we've got the internet now for 25 years or so. And I think about even just being Scottish. I lived in London for a long time and I still go back a lot. And I'm still seen as being a little bit exotic down there, which I think is mental. And still people, when they make jokes about Scottish culture, it's Train Spotting and Braveheart and that we're drunk. Like, we know so little about each other. And that's interesting to me. And I've been to Poland 4 or 5 times, and I think what I know about Poland is the men are hard-working manual labourers and they've got pierogi. It's mad how little we're able to retain about the cultural nuances that we all don't share. But it's also useful to us. I think about, use that word or not, we all fetishize cultures in different ways for different reasons. I think about how I just think Japan's cool. What am I basing that on? I just think it's cool, but I know so little about it despite having been there a number of times. So how do I jump off from that into a question from the panel? You're wondering, I don't know. So guys, what are your thoughts on that? Would you agree? Do you feel like there's despite there being wonderfully now a great more mixing of cultures globally, do you still feel like our nations retain a sense of cultural identity? And if you do agree with that, how could you think about using that as a way to work positively with other markets? So I brought it back to the music industries right at the end. Clara, we'll go with you first. Come on.
I think it was really interesting post-Brexit. I grew up in Sweden, and having worked to start with Beggars, very UK-focused in the main office in London, I was talking to friends back home, and you started seeing that there was a different focus on national acts post-Brexit and during Brexit. I think it was very much depending on will they be able to tour? What can we focus on in that sense? And I think seeing places like France, when you're trying to get your music on radio, they have radio quotas where certain music needs to be in French, and they need to have, tends to be 40 to 50% of their music that they play needs to be in French. So you see a lot of artists trying to collaborate with French artists based on that and release music in French. And I think, there is this pride of your own music and really trying to put that forward. And I think it's what makes it also beautiful, because you know, a lot of music business has been and still is to a certain degree very, very UK focused and US focused because of English being such an international language. And I think it's really nice to see that. I feel like it's growing a lot more and more, and people are starting to appreciate music in other languages. We're seeing obviously Irish growing a lot, and being Swedish, I see a lot of Swedish artists growing internationally as well, and that's really cool.
Yeah, and we're seeing in the I'm going to say the phrase the pop charts to show my age, the huge growth of Spanish language music. But perhaps you can talk about that, and also my first point, which is I can't remember now. How do you feel about just the cultural differences that we still retain and how useful they are when you're exporting yourself?
Well, being Spanish, I mean, I'll go talk about music later, but being Spanish is a fun thing, and also it's a funny thing, because we are like many countries in one, so it's kind of a sentiment. Obviously, we're European, we're Southern European, so well connected to the Mediterranean, also North Africa, but also our cultural links also in Latin America and in Hispanoamerica. So, you know, when I travel across, when I meet musicians from Mexico, from Peru, even Americans, North Americans, US citizens that from Latino background, we connect straight away. I don't know what it is, but we connect straight away. Probably you feel the same if you go to Australia or New Zealand or other countries, and you meet like people from Irish or Scottish background. So the cultural differences are there, but I think that unite us, especially in Europe. You know, it's like I go to Magyarország and I love it there, and I have many friends in Budapest, and same in Sweden. I mean, Europe is a melting pot that makes us very, very rich. Obviously, there is difficulties, and we'll talk about that, especially in touring, and especially now in the UK with the bloody Brexit. But it's for me, my opinion is it's a gift, all the cultural differences. So,
Okay,
very welcome.
yeah, and we'll get into the difficulties around them soon as well. What are your thoughts on this?
You know, culture and identity and language is, I look at it look at us here in this room. We all have our roots. We all come from somewhere. Many times it's not only from, you know, one country. It's many times it's very mixed. That's our genetic line. But culture is also, how do we dress? That's culture. How do we smell? What perfume are we wearing? That's culture. How do we talk to each other? How do we behave? Are we open or are we more closed? And what I find fascinating in also in the music industry is that I have met so many incredible people and so many amazing cultures. Through this industry, I had the chance, I mean, there's hardly any country left on this planet that I have not been to, or that I have not been invited to share my knowledge, or to give something back to those people that maybe have never been to that part of the world where I came from. And for me also, and I'm in the live sector, so festivals, it's my life. And in our lineups, there are so many artists from various countries, and on our festival site, there are at least 30 to 40% of our visitors come from another country. And I love to say that when I look at the festival, I look at that, for me a festival is a persona, because a festival has its own identity, because every festival has its name, has its team behind, and that's always very crucial, my dears, also within a band, on stage and behind the stage. The team, it's the family. Without these people, nothing is working. You know, I could be the best leader, director, whatsoever. It's a title. It's a title. It's responsibility, but it's a title. But I always wanted to be on the same, you know, eyesight with everybody. And when I look at the festival, and when we speak about culture and identity, the team behind the festival, that's, for me, that's the heartbeat. And the soul of a festival is everything, you know, that we are creating, the programs, the look and feel, everything around it. And but the love, the creation, what's happening on site, that is the culture mix of what artists we have on site and what audience we have with us on the festival. And there's a huge culture mix and the mix of identities. And for me, that is the best example how I love to live in the world today, especially I'm Hungarian, and maybe some of you witnessed that 2 weeks ago. We had, the earth was moving. So after 16 years, Hungarians finally stood up again for their right to vote. Young Hungarians. And many Hungarians left in the last at least 5 years. They moved abroad. They flew all back home to give their vote. And they wanted to give their vote in the country, not somewhere at any embassy, because anyway, sometimes different things happened in the past. The earth was moving, my dears. 2/3, 8 million Hungarians voted. And as I said before, I'm a proud European, and I can finally again say that I'm a proud Hungarian.
That was lovely, thank you. I'm going to turn to the question or the statement. I wish I'd known that. And I'm wondering, staying with you, if you see every year or you remember over the past, something going very badly wrong on your festival site because of some cultural misunderstanding. People just didn't know that things were done a certain way where your festivals are held.
I would put it, well, it was not a cultural misunderstanding. Actually, it was a cultural connection. And it was the year 2010, and between 2008 and 2014, I had the great privilege to be the artistic director and the program director of the Sziget Festival in Budapest, Hungary. And 2010, it's also a pretty big festival in Europe. Also, one of my dear old colleagues, Aniko Nagy, is also here. She will be also speaking later. But back in those years, 2010 was the year I will for sure not forget. I tried to make it short. I'm sure everybody knows this amazing multi-instrumentalist and artist, Prince. He's watching. And he was not, so he was very rarely on tour, especially in Europe. And 2010 was a year when he gave some very rare, but some gigs. And we managed to secure one gig at Sziget, and we established a so-called 0 day only for Prince, only for him. And it was an amazing show. I could talk at least for 3.5 hours about how the process went, the pre-production, the production on site, preparing everything. It's maybe I write a book one day about that, because for also in my career, It was one of the most complex things I've ever done. But after the show, and in the contract we had like, it was only like about 75 minutes, which was almost too short. At the end, he played more than 3 hours. It was again like this earth-moving experience. It was incredible. And next day, the touring party, a lot of trucks, thousands of people. I mean, not thousands, but it was a huge touring party. They were about to leave. And the normal festival was about to start with 60 venues, 300 artists per day, stuff like this. So everybody very tense and nervous. And I got a call from my colleague at the main stage that the Prince's tour manager would like to speak to me. So, yeah, but to say goodbye or, you know, something like this. And then he called me and we talked, and well, it was funny because he said, "Frugina, are you standing or sitting?" And I said, "Well, what shall I do? Shall I sit?" "Yeah, maybe." I sat down, and then he was saying, "Okay, so Prince liked it so much here that he would like to stay one more day because he would like to check out an artist that he's a big fan of." And that was, back in the days, it was, I'm a huge fan of Portuguese fado. And we had, it was a new stage that we established. It was called the Europe stage, where we featured emerging young European talent. And I've invited an artist called Ana Moura. Back in the days, she was still emerging. Nowadays, she's very big. But I think this is a beautiful example that Prince stayed one more day, and that we had to organize really everything around that. But he wanted to see this artist because he was a fan of her music. So, you know, I mean, imagine Prince and Anna, and they even, we could even arrange a meeting between them. I was there, I saw this, how Ana Moura met Prince. It was like, you know, for her, I'm sure it was one of those moments that last for a lifetime. And I just love these culture bridges that we can build between artists, between fans, between our guests. And that is the absolute unique power of music.
It's fascinating for me because in my head, I went straight to the problematic production issue with this potentially. Where was he headlining?
Prince, of course he was. I mean, as I said, you can't imagine. I mean, it was one in my career, and as I said, next year it will be 30 years. I mean, I'm still 28, of course. Look at me. But in my career, and I've done, I think, a lot of shows, and I've read a lot of writers. But this production, that was heavy for the whole staff, for the whole team. So there were moments when some of my colleagues even said, "Frugina, we're not sure if we can all manage that." But, and again, the team, yes, we can. So let's find ways. There's always a way.
What I was concerned about was Prince running so over time that the festival got fined for breaking the terms of the...
No, because that's what I said at the beginning. We had to create a 0 day only for him.
Right.
So no other stage was playing. It was only the main stage. But the festival, we already had like 50, 60,000 visitors on site. Everything was set, and we started the next day, really, with 60 venues. And Prince so we created a separate day for him.
He deserves it. I'll stay on stage for a moment, and or I guess my concerns about being on stages. And I was going to ask you what, maybe just in your line of work, what you remember about your first time of engaging with a new culture in your professional life. You've both, I guess we've all worked and lived in different countries and had to deal with other cultures and how that could go wrong. And I think very briefly for me was 1990 or 1991. I jumped off a tour bus roof not for fun. We were locked inside the bus, had to climb outside the roof and climb down to get the driver, the hotel key, whatever. Jumped off the bus, broke my ankle. On the first day of the tour, I was assistant tour manager. And I was so terrified of the stories I'd heard, the cultural stories about American healthcare. I just think it'll be fine. I never got it fixed. And every winter time, my ankle is painful. So that was where I took somebody. I just heard about this cultural thing, and well, not cultural, political thing in America, where it was terrifying. They might charge me like $1 million, and I'll get my leg sewn on my elbow. I don't know. So when you were younger, back in the late 80s, for me, the early 90s, and you're a little bit younger, so think about your early experiences of these culture clashes or these kind of even
Well, the typical crossing the border at 5 a.m. from Amsterdam to Germany with a bag of weed. Long hair, rock and rollers, the police, boom, well, it smells funny here. Typical story, happened to everybody.
Yeah. But I'm going to try and keep things practical. So I've got a job, right? I just worked on my job at Escaping to keep things practical, to find practical things to give you when these guys speak. So I took a note last night when I traveled through North America quite a lot, and we talked about drugs.
Going to America with no medical insurance is suicidal.
Sure, yeah.
So that's
But
it.
if you smoke weed, if you like cannabis, my notes say cannabis, I'm saying cannabis. Illinois, where it's legal, it borders Kentucky, Indiana, Iowa, and Wisconsin, where it's not legal. So you've got to be careful with these things. Clara, your turn to talk for a while.
All right.
About just how you found being a transposed Swede in different cultures.
It's been really interesting because when I started working with beggars and getting connected to all the different offices that we have around the world.
You're in Paris now, right?
I'm in Paris now, and they're very lovely. They're very French.
What is it? See, this is interesting. What did you have to change because they were very French? Why did you have to interface with these very French people?
No, it's just been really nice. They have work-life balance, which is quite cool. We go out for lunch pretty much every day, which is for me, it changed from being in the London office where it was like a meal deal at my desk. So that's been really, really nice. But it's also really interesting getting these points of views. You know, you speak to the German office and you tell them some ideas, and they're very direct. They're like, no, that's not going to work. Don't like that. French would be a bit more passionate. You really see the different personalities that come from different cultures within this. And having worked with the Swedish artists recently, it's been really nice for me to get back a bit to the Swedish roots that I have and seeing that side of things, which has been cool. But came into the office the other day and opened the door. Unlocked it. Being Swedish, I was the first one in. French one, a little bit later, and there's just this man standing, and I screamed, because I didn't expect that there was going to be a man in our locked office. And it was an artist of ours who had lost his passport and couldn't get back to London. And I called my French boss. I was like, why didn't you tell me? He's like, but I sent you a text with his number. I was like, oh yeah, that's not preparation enough. But I had a chat with the guy. It was really nice. We managed to get him a temporary passport, and he got back to the UK a day later, which was really nice. And it's fun having these small little experiences because it's tiny things that go wrong, and most things are very solvable. It might just take a little bit of time. But it was nice having that because a few weeks later, I got a panicked phone call from a friend of mine who works at a different label. It's like, I've got an artist, he's stuck in Paris, he's lost his passport, he's playing a release show in London tomorrow, what can we do? And, I knew exactly what to do at that point. And you learn small things here and there, and things will go wrong. And, you talk about this panel being a little bit chaotic. You just got to learn to roll with it a bit.
You mentioned food in France, which I want to speak about a little bit. When you toured in France, has anybody toured in France? Has anybody toured in France and not been given a 3-course meal? It's a mad thing. But a really interesting and really important thing to remember about, and I've done tours in France from like DIY venues to about maybe 3,000 capacity, and they're all the same where they have a dark stage. 7 p.m. and you're sound checking, the crew walk off, the crew leave the venue. Where are you going? Dark stage, we're getting dinner. Come and get dinner. We're sound checking, don't care, it's dinner time. And I've had that in, again, tiny rooms all the way to bigger rooms where you sit with a 3-course meal. Maybe had a similar experience of touring. Have you come across that specific thing in France where you've had to walk off stage? Or have you been on stage yourself and gone?
Well, I remember once that we booked Yo La Tengo, great band, I love them, in San Sebastian, La Public Theater. And, you know, the workers there, the public offices, you know, and they had the 2-hour lunch break. And Yo La Tengo, probably they have so many toys and little instruments, like all vintage and everything. So they are very like onto it, like they need to sound check for at least 3 or 4 hours. And the technical people from the theater just plug the thing off. And I was landing from Madrid and said, shall I go and say hello to the tour manager to double check everything is fine, or shall I go to the hotel? And then thank God that I went to the theater and double check. The tour manager says, thanks for coming here. I've been trying to call you. You're on the plane. I'm canceling. These guys are like, we cannot even sound check because they took bloody our lunch break. So, yeah, but I sorted out.
I'm going to keep it in live then, because I've got a related thing where, in my experience of touring in Spain and a little bit in Latin America and a little bit in Portugal, I found back in the early 2010s, like 10, 11, 12, 13, a lot of the Spanish venues had very, very prominent alcohol branding. And one time I took a band there and they had the branding on the stage. So these massive, posters, they were lit light boxes with the alcohol brand on it. And the band would not go on stage until they came off. And so we had 2 hours of arguing, respectfully debating with the booking agents and the promoter and the band, and that the band will just not go on stage if they are there. So cover them up or you haven't got a show. Yeah. And it was fascinating because I was supporting the band, but as a former venue owner and runner, this is what's keeping the lights on. You can play in the venue because there's alcohol branding here.
We had Morrissey, typical of him trying to cancel. You know, he cancels a lot because we were selling ham sandwiches in the venue, so we had to get rid of any meat. So take it or leave it. Yeah, obviously we stopped selling ham sandwiches.
Who was the artist?
Yeah, those funny things that happen in your career. Imagine cancelled by the ham.
Was that Morrissey? I didn't catch the name. Was it Morrissey who did that? It was Morrissey, yeah. Interesting. I mean, you find another practical thing where you have to adjust to cultures as you travel through them. So if you begin a North American tour, say on the East Coast of America, and you can recycle a little bit there, you end up having a bus. If you care about recycling, you've got a bus full of recycling because you can't recycle in a lot of America. And you take the recycling all the way to California in the hope, and you come to a Whole Foods and all you can do is throw it in the bin in Whole Foods and hope they recycle it. So there's things like that. If you deeply care about eating a specific diet, you may struggle in a different market. I think about one of my artists who's got IBS, he's got digestive issues, and he toured in China, and he really struggled. He wouldn't leave his hotel room. He was eating chips and burgers every night because he wasn't able to get, which wasn't doing him any good. But he was so intimidated by he just didn't know anything about. He's a very kind of homebody person, this guy, you know. Thinking about campaigns, and because I'm working quite a lot with global campaigns and also trying to work in China and with China, how do you approach campaigns in terms of, do you thinking, this just isn't going to work in that market, we just feel like it won't, so we won't do it? How do you approach targeting certain markets? And bearing in mind, of course, that in many markets like Southeast Asia particularly, and China and even India and somewhere else now, Japan have got different social media platforms and different DSPs, different streaming platforms, which you're not going to get good results in Spotify because they don't use it in that market.
No, it's definitely something that we focused more and more on. When I came into Beggars, we were using a marketing agency, and since then we've taken all of the media buying in house. And we work a lot with the international offices and have conversations every time we start a new campaign. And this is kind of what we're thinking centrally. This is the point of sale that we might have. This is the kind of if it's a bigger event, bigger campaign, a bit, what kind of fan activations can we do? Can we do listening parties? The UK market talk a lot about in-stores that might not work as easily in other territories because it doesn't feed back to chart sales and things like that. Certain markets have more requirements. So Germany, if you're trying to get on the charts, it's very value based, so you really want to have like an expensive vinyl, whilst the UK might push for a cheaper one because they will sell more. And it's a lot of those conversations, and it's really quite nice because we're investing more and more in the global reach. So I work really closely with the Southeast Asia team. We have 6 people out there based in Thailand, Taiwan, Korea, Thailand, Singapore, Philippines. We've also got a team in Japan and a girl who works in China as well. And, coming from the central office, it's very like, we need to have the pitchfork quotes on the ads, we need to have this. And you see that different things work differently in each market. We might have a big pre-order campaign in the UK, but they won't focus as much on sales, so we try and spend any budget that we have assigned on release date to push more DSPs. We try and work with local DSPs and find the information shared from these offices, and their insights is very, very useful, and we're seeing better results based on that.
I think about little tips like in Japan, it's still a very physical market. Lots of CDs are sold in Japan still. And I think about the old days of the UK's cultural influence, which is, for me personally, quite glad it's waning a bit. And back to the live arena for a moment, you all have got wonderful English. I don't suppose it was always that way. And I'm thinking back to when I had my club in London, and my native English-speaking staff, I think, were all entirely English. And I had to speak to them respectfully and say, see, when you're meeting people from different countries, like you got an Italian band coming in, you're talking to them like they're native and they're not, and you're giving them instructions about how the venue works. You're going to have to moderate just your diction, your vocabulary, your speed of delivery. And I think there's things that, as native speakers, we just go abroad, and it's the whole thing about, if you don't understand, just shout it, But you've all been, you weren't born speaking English or learning it straight away. So do you remember your first times working with people like me who come from an English-speaking country and going, what are they saying? I'm only catching half of the words. Or was it always, were you involved? Let me ask, I'll give you a direct question. Were you fluent already when you began working with native English-speaking artists?
Well, you learn on the go, I remember my first settlement, very technical wording, invoicing, etc., with a tour manager was a bloody nightmare, but you learn from scratch those technical lingo, obviously. I have a friend that he used to do production. His English was basically based in contracts and settlements. Couldn't have like a football chat with anybody. It was just, invoice, towels, trusses, PAs.
Yeah, I could already speak English when I started working in the industry, but it's always, in the beginning of my career, I was also managing bands, and I was also a tour manager. So I did the most beautiful moments are when we were in a country where the local people were not so fluent in English, for example. And then I also find myself, first you try you ask every kind of, like, I even also asked, do you speak maybe Hungarian? And there were some moments that people spoke Hungarian, like in Japan or even China or New Zealand was super crazy. But of course in New Zealand they speak great English. But when you find yourself, or especially in France, so actually I learned French because I felt it's better when I learn French. Okay, I also had a French boyfriend for a couple of years, which helped. And he didn't speak any other language than the language of love and French. If you know what I mean. And but when we were in France, or when also nowadays when I have to deal with also French artists or French colleagues, I realize that it's better to switch to French than to try to speak slowly. Do you understand my English? And like, even if you speak slowly or loud, I mean, they won't understand. But the good thing is that we can use all our senses and also be doing, so sometimes I was also working only by gesture, and the stage manager was speaking in its language, I was speaking in whatever language I spoke, but it was sign language, and cable plug, whatever this instrument, it's like strange instrument. So you can make yourself understand.
Yeah, you've got a shared physical language of microphones and cables, and you can point.
Yeah.
Which is useful.
Yeah, but also what César was saying, this is also, I mean, every business has its own words or special terms. I mean, in our world, PA, like when I speak also to friends, or when they have nothing to do with the business, and and the PA and the monitors and Regina, can you please stop and make it understand, because we have no clue what.
But I had this trick because the writer was sending a fax, so you say, no, you see, you didn't ask for this. It was all like erased from that crazy paper, fax paper. It was not in the contract. Just joking.
I remember, please.
No. I find it having come from Sweden, where people are quite reserved in general. I think remembering that everyone is human, and when you're going to venues, like learning the polite little hellos, even if you don't speak their language, I feel like that makes a huge difference in France. And I find a lot of times, if I show how terrible my French is, they feel less self-conscious about their English. I think it's more of a self thing. And so I'll start with terrible French, and they'll be able to go, no, let me save you, so I think where you go, if you're touring, if you're meeting someone, even writing emails, because people write emails very differently. If you communicate with Japan, it's very formal, whilst finding more and more in the UK, it's less and less. But it's also, I think it's just getting people comfortable, and as you say, you can communicate really well just by being kind and nice. And
kindness. I mean, we can all be kind, or more kindness in this world. That helps.
Any booking agents in the room? Any booking agents? I can slag them off then. It's that thing about a culture within a culture. So kindness. What's up with booking agents? I've got form of very publicly attacking specifically male UK booking agents on Wide Days panels. So if you see Olaf, tell him I did it again. So rude, like one word answers or not responding. No kindness, no respect for promoters. Couple of points to jump off from. The little things about learning little words here and there. If you've got an artist and they walk on stage in China and they can say a few words, people lose their minds. First of all, you went to China, which is a huge deal for the Chinese audience. And secondly, you took the time to learn a couple of words. And to go back to I wish I'd known that, how many artists in the room here? Any artists? Yeah. When you walked into a venue for the first time, you didn't know how to sound check, or did you? Because nobody told you how to do it. Why don't we have pre-doors open schools for young artists. I think they're coming, but I wouldn't mind that. We've got 14 minutes left, but I'm not going to ask you to ask a question now, but do you have any questions? Can I just see a hand if you've got a question lined up for us? Okay, maybe one question, two questions. We're going to get three. Can I see three? All right, you've got a century of experience here. In fact, over maybe 105 years here. I mean, just an experience. So, TMs.
Thank you.
We're all 28.
We are collectively.
Dinosaurs. Except you, my dear.
There's also fun. There's fun in not knowing. I find my last anecdote before I turn to questions and final thoughts, like I've got any final thoughts written down here, is I've got an artist he's from Wales. 3 biggest markets are Indonesia, the US, and the UK. In cities, it's Jakarta, London, and Salt Lake City. And we understand Indonesia, Jakarta, for a reason I won't bore you with. Maybe I could just tell you because it's quite important. It's the idea of, if you're a UK artist, once you get beyond the main kind of, let's just say the main Western democracies, you'll become a little bit unusual, a little bit exotic to some people. So you might want to think about that to be the first, like, why not make an all-out attempt at breaking Slovakia? Have you been to Slovakia? It's stunning. There are 5 million people there, and my God, the gelato, because it's close to Italy. So think about that. Jakarta, so Salt Lake City. I'm like Billy Connolly with the tangents. We can sell 3,000 tickets in Salt Lake City in Utah, and 3,000 Jakarta, 3,000 London, and we've no idea why in Salt Lake City. And I always go to the front of the venue before doors open and talk to the fans. How you doing? I'm the manager. Just wondering why you're here, because it's interesting to learn. And they say things like, well, we've got the mountains here, and we take our music to the mountains, and we all gather together, and it really soundtracks our summertime. And I'm thinking, there's mountains in Slovakia too, and we're not big in Slovakia. So we've no idea why we're big in Salt Lake City or Utah. As a manager, I think I'm supposed to know. I'm meant to try and find the data point and leverage the data point. But if I do that, I can't nap or paddleboard as much. And so I'm going to turn to you finally, Clara, for a final thought about the things that are interesting around markets. Like, to what extent do you just have to go, we don't really know why it worked in the market, it just did, and we're going to run with it and pretend that we knew all along?
I think it happens quite a lot. I think, you try and focus, and spoke to a colleague earlier about, if there was a quick, formula, everyone would be doing it. There's no like this. If you do marketing this way, you're going to be successful. If you do this kind of press, you're going to be successful. You got to try. You got to start feeling out, and as soon as you see some kind of like, oh, we're seeing a lot of figures in France, maybe focus on a France tour. If you do go to France, don't only focus on Paris. Go to the rest of the country. And sometimes it's just very, very random. When with the rise of social media and TikTok and the way that music is consumed and the sounds, you can, we got an artist that got really big in Brazil because it was used on, I think it was a SpongeBob meme. And then you see like a huge amount of streams for Brazil, and you're like, okay, is this something that we should worth investing in? Do we need to connect this artist with SpongeBob? There's no right or wrong. It's figuring out where your music connects, and sometimes you can plan it. Sometimes it's just.
Yeah, I like that people like you and me are up here, and we've got all the experience, and we just don't know. Like, I'm just a manager, but my sector likes to pretend that we would take. Oh, that we knew that would happen. It's the whole illusion of control and narrative fallacy thing. Right, we're doing the questions. We got a question here. Question, yes. Let's go with it. Have you got a microphone for a question, please, Eric? No bother. We'll just all look at you. I won't even bother trying to fill the time. And you three guys can think about the final point, which is think about the beauty of cultural differences. And I'm going to ask Cesar to bring in Brexit at that point. Down the front here. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your inputs and for the chats. So we quite often, with our group, play outside of the UK, and we see quite a lot of interest in us because we have a kind of Scottish twist to what we do. I wonder if you guys have any advice or any insight into how important it is to have a team in the different territories. Because we found that although people listen to the music and enjoy the music and we get some requests, it's quite hard to stay like on the ground in a certain place and understand it. Do you guys have any insight into how important it is to have a team in different places or methods to gain one?
Totally. Yesterday I had some speed meetings with some artists here. Yeah. My first advice is like patience and invest in PR. Try to find connections. That's why we do these music conferences around the world, to just have connections. It's not only about getting booked. For me, it's even more important to find a good PR person or PR agency that develop your profile in the country that you have some listeners, and build it before you go there and play. Obviously, the word of mouth and playing is super essential. In Spain, it's super essential. Like, I saw, so many bands like Fountains DC growing like from 200 people to 20,000 just because of the word of mouth, and also, the artist team work. But for like someone like probably you, the more emerging, invest, probably is the best 500 euros that you invest in, trying to find someone to get you interviews, radio plays, etc., etc. It's super important. Especially because there is so much competition. The media have so many, people knocking on the doors, listen to this, listen to that. But if you have some data, okay, you already play in Spain or in France, whatever. I sold out 50 or 200 tickets. Get some press. If you go there, just go for. It's not only playing. Go there and do some interview and media.
Which country is it?
Which
country?
For us, France is a big country as well. Yeah, that would be kind of something that we're focused on at the moment.
Clara lives in France.
Bonjour.
Bonjour, ça va? I think for France, it's really quite good to get, as you're saying, Cesar, a local radio plugger, a local press team, working with local promoters, maybe playing more boutique festivals rather than like aiming for the big ones. Get on smaller radio stations. Just seeing the press is pretty much like a few like France Inter, what's they called? Listen Rock. There's a few specific press teams, and it's for them. It's so much about connections.
Mm-hmm.
So having someone local would be very, very beneficial for you.
Cool.
It's a company called Pockets, Pockets.world. Grab me, I'll tell you about it later, but they specifically find people in the market you want to go to who understand that market and work with you to try and build your pockets of fans.
Awesome.
Question at the back, if I remember. You had your hand up there. Eric, would you mind passing that microphone to the gentleman in the back with his hand up?
Hi guys.
Hi.
It's kind of a good follow-up question from Tom's down the front. It's around numbers, I guess, and like what you feel, you guys, it's a good, like, because we have numbers in the UK, but then it's like outside territories, there's the beginnings of numbers there, and I'm wondering, with your expertise, what's like a certain metric that you think, oh, this is worth investing in, this is worth actually going out to this country and trying to tour there, trying to get some gigs there, investing money into PR and that sort of thing?
I'll give you an answer before I pass to the panel, but your gut. Like, how old are you?
28,
You'll
weirdly enough.
You'll be dead in about 55 years. So roughly, I mean, things go well. I'll be dead in 30. So what's also for me going to have to be factored in is what you want to do. What's your gut telling you? Where do you fancy going? What food do you want to try? And it's not the answer that people like me are meant to be giving, but I think it's important to have fun when you're doing this. And bear in mind, there's a brilliant data came out in New York in the 90s which showed that taxi drivers had no better or worse chance at predicting the stock market than stock analysts did. We're all just telling the story backwards. Oh, here's why it didn't work, or here's why it worked. I don't know is my answer. I have no idea. And if you do something that works, you can say, oh, yeah, that's how we did it. Oh, I'll copy that then. But it won't work for somebody else. So it's kind of a useless answer. I can't give you one, but I do like to give my life over to just the wonderful thing about the fact we live in one direction is we can never know what could have happened. So what do you all feel like doing? Anything more practical than that from the panel? Looking at Clara.
No, I think you're very right. I was trying to Sven, who heads up the German office, kind of get his insights on all of this, and he was saying as well, it's just like, when you're starting out a band and you're trying to break a market, it's really hard to gauge. You might you play a venue and there's 20 people in the crowd, but they are loving it. And then you come back 6 months later, there's 120, 180. And it's a bit of a trial and error. You never really know. Music is so personal. We connect with certain artists really, really well. We can really appreciate all music, but certain artists hit closer to home, and I can't say why that song makes me cry specifically, or that one is always hyping me up, but it's what you connect with. So I think going with your gut is the right answer, and it's maybe not the one you want, but it's trial and error, and having fun, because if people see you having fun on stage, if you work with people in different venues and you chat to someone after the show who might be able to get you shows in France, who you meet people at the most random of places as well, so just keeping playing is the best way to grow.
50 seconds each on the beauty of the cultural differences that we share and how they're not problems after all, they're just beautiful things.
The beauty is that culture differences makes us stronger, because we learn from each other, and we learn from these differences, and we can turn them around, and they can become something very valuable and positive for us. And what I also feel, and maybe this is like also like a thought for all of you out there, but I feel that we as music professionals, we are, and it doesn't matter if we are on stage or behind the stage, and keep that thought, my dears, and swallow it and chew it a little bit. We are all architects of dreams.
Lovely. Like that.
Yeah, I say that. And on top of that, also like the cultural differences give us more opportunities for more business. Because in my experience, what works in one country might not work in a different country. For example, I manage this super cool jazz flamenco duo that's doing great in Eastern Europe, better than in Spain. Why? Because Eastern Europe have an incredible jazz culture. Same in Asia. Greece, the Mediterranean, all more folky, rootsy music is really big there. So it's like open doors for artists that maybe, play more Celtic music or more folk music that might not be hype anymore I don't like to use, for me, super cool, but you know what I mean, might not be so popular anymore in the UK or in Germany, etc., and then you play, like even country music, it's getting bigger and bigger, and it's importing from the US. So it's like what I mean. The cultural differences open doors for more business and more opportunities for different types of artists. And I also want to stress out that it's not only Europe. I mean, we have music, incredible music coming from Middle East, from Africa. I go to many music conferences in Africa. There is one in Rabat in Morocco called Visa for Music. That incredible musicians in Africa. I'm not talking only about traditional African music, but super modern. So this techno DJ from Uganda, there's like, if he had a UK agent, he will be like a superstar. It's like, so those cultural differences makes us really rich, makes us to have more opportunities for touring. We really need to make Europe like a big touring market and recording market, to make Europe like the US. That will be also very healthy for the artists, that they don't want to be superstars. We need to make Europe like the US. I have many friends in the US that they play rhythm and blues, country and western, and jazz or blues or whatever, and they make a living off their music without being superstars. It's like, the bigger the market, more opportunities for everybody, and not being Dua Lipa's. With all my respect, I love Dua Lipa, but you know what I mean. It's like,
I love her. She's great.
Yeah.
Eric, I owe you 2 minutes. Sorry, really sorry. Thanks very much. Thanks very much. Fuck Brexit.
That is how there's people wall to wall. The you hear me? Yay, hello. Welcome to the panel, Off the Beaten Track. We're going to explore how music can thrive beyond our big cities, looking at the growing importance of regional places, smaller towns, rural communities within the live music ecosystem. We're bringing together perspectives from venue programming, artist touring and talent development, and I'm hoping this conversation will examine how artists build sustainable careers outside traditional hubs, how promoters and agents can create stronger touring routes, and how we can help venues grow their audiences as well as develop new talent. So I'm going to introduce the panelists. First of all, I'll go to you, Chris. We've got Chris Weems from Mac Arts. He's a venue manager in Mac Arts and Galashiels. Began promoting small community events with a team of volunteers and went on to run Stout Out Festival for 7 years, that bit right? And now leads Mac Arts, which was recently named Best Small Venue at the Scottish Live Music Awards. A very nice round of applause for Mac Arts, please. And I'm not going to start off with favourites, but Mac Arts is actually my local venue as well. Next we have Craig Corse, the founder of CCM Live, working internationally across artist and touring promotion. And he is working as Showcase Scotland, the team behind Celtic Connections now. Yeah. Also festival producer at Orkney Folk Festival, which you did actually mention has been running for 43 years. Crazy. And not on the board in front of us here, but we have Tom Traber, who represents the Irish Pub Association Germany, which is a network of 100 venues working with more than 300 artists, you told me earlier, both local and touring artists. And you started your career as head of promotions at ZYX Music. Is that? Yeah. So we're looking at kind of an artist perspective as well as a venue perspective. And then finally we have Quirina, and I'm not going to try and pronounce your second name, so if you could just pronounce it for me.
It's Gijssen. It's Dutch, but the name is actually Austrian.
Did you catch that? Yes.
It's fine. Just Q.
Corina is head of programming at Divorcen in Hilversum, where she's programs across 2 halls and beyond. She's also closely involved in talent development through platforms as well as teaching at Herman Brood Academy. So thank you very much for being part of the panel. Okay, I'm going to just jump straight in with a question to all of you. What is one misconception or myth that people have about touring outside big cities, and who still believes in this myth the most? Is it artists, agents, or the wider industry? Who would like to go first?
I'll go first.
Yes.
For us, the biggest issue around that is agents deciding that a venue that's very rural is going to pull sales away from the central belt. So people that put on a show in Edinburgh don't want to put on a show in Galashiels. Now we know from postcode mapping that people don't travel from Edinburgh unless it's a major act. So we are not pulling any sales away from Central Belt. But there's still, you get into discussion and then the discussion runs dry and you find out the agents only play in Edinburgh. And when pushed, they're worried about losing sales from the Edinburgh show. So that's a misconception. It just is not accurate.
Mm-hmm. Craig, do you have something to add about that?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think the misconception is that every market behaves the same, and that's just not true. And I think that that's largely driven by industry and artists who are based in cities and haven't actually experienced that community-rooted or that rural music upbringing or just support network or that sort of thing, who might look at, just cause what Chris was saying there, I've had promoters who might be putting on an Edinburgh show saying, no, well, I'd rather, or I think you shouldn't be playing in like Dunfermline or basically anywhere south of Edinburgh until Newcastle, that sort of thing. but that comes, I think, from those who, are just assuming that everyone plays the same, that audiences will travel an hour plus for gigs, and that might be true, but I find that that is more correct within rural areas. Like in the Highlands, you would never second guess how far someone will travel to go to a gig, but I mean, how many of you would go between Glasgow and Edinburgh to go to a gig? It's probably quite low. So to therefore assume that a gig, say in Galashiels, is going to detract from an Edinburgh audience is totally a counterintuitive thought process. So it would just be, I think my greatest misconception is that all markets play the same, and they don't.
Yeah. Karina, is that the same for you, being slap bang in the middle of two major cities?
Yeah. So my venue is 20 minutes away from Amsterdam and also 20 minutes away from Utrecht, which are two major cities in the Netherlands. And we actually researched this because we have a lot of agents specifically that don't want to play our venue exactly because of what Chris already told us. And our research showed that most people from our area, and our area has around 100,000 people, don't want to travel more than 15 kilometers away for music shows. So that means that they don't want to travel to Amsterdam and Utrecht per se. So we have enough crowd to sell tickets actually. And the common misconception basically is, you don't sell tickets in Hilversum, which then is not true. Otherwise would have been bankrupt already.
How about you, Tom? Do you have a different misconception, or do you echo kind of what the rest of the panel is saying?
Well, I would say the market in Germany, especially for small venues, when you have a little bit of bigger artists, is quite difficult because they have a policy that, for example, if an artist would play in Frankfurt, that nobody else can book it in a circle of 100 or 80 kilometers. The cities are quite close together, so that means the next possible city would be Cologne. Everything what is in between would be not possible. So that makes it, unfortunately, for smaller venues, a little bit more difficult to get a little bit well-known artists. So that makes it, on the other hand, much more important to work with local bands or smaller bands to give them an opportunity to go on tour. But I say, well, that's a missing link from from bigger tours to passing out smaller cities or smaller venues. They're definitely doing a great job with that.
Really interesting. Okay, move on to the next question I have for you. This kind of carries on from what Tom just said, actually. What opportunities do smaller cities and towns offer that maybe big markets can't? Could it be loyal audiences, or talking about Orkney Folk Festival, maybe like a destination appeal? And as we know, in the Borders, definitely a community connections aspect. Craig, can I come to you first?
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head that, it's not a one versus the other, but if you're looking at more rural community-based venues versus the cities, for just by contrast, then I think it is overlooked the venues and promoters in those towns and those counties areas. Promoters might operate over quite a wide, a county-wide basis. They have built up really strong audiences through years of fighting against multiple hurdles and multiple obstacles to try and gather that audience. They have hugely loyal audiences that will turn out and support something because it's happening locally. Very often a large portion of the workforce that's on those shows will be volunteers, and they do it because of the love of it, because the love of live music happening, and looking upon that as kind of, it's volunteer run, that really annoys me if that ever kind of comes through from artists or promoters or anything like that, because actually it's completely disregarding the love that very often is missing when a venue or an entity is entirely commercially run. And I wouldn't ever overlook that, because if you can sell out, say, Chris's venue, or do well there, that audience are going to come out. As long as you're releasing something and giving people a reason to keep on coming back to see you, they will, versus an audience that could have a choice of about 20 shows happening in Glasgow or Edinburgh any night.
Yeah, Chris, you could probably echo that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, what it brings to an artist is probably way wider than that one show, because we're part of an ecosystem. And if you're not playing a number of small shows, you're not gaining experience. If these venues disappear because you're not playing the shows, there's no stepping stone to start off on the career to take you up to the bigger venues. So I think the most important message, I think, from this panel is artists, agents, managers need to speak to the venues, because what you're going to get from every venue is different. And, you know, one venue might have really high sales, and you're building an audience, fantastic. But you may go to another venue where there's only 20, 30 people in the audience, but they really appreciate you've gone to that audience, they buy the merch, and they become lifelong fans. So it's definitely worth playing them. But I think absolutely most important thing is we're all part of an ecosystem, and you have to all support each other, buy tickets for the small venues, so you've got that step up to the next stage, so the venues are still there in 5 years' time.
Yeah. Yeah, Karina, I was going to ask, is it similar, kind of the community aspect with your venue?
Yeah, for sure. So we really focus on community programming actually in our small hall. But I actually wanted to say something about my big hall, because we have, so we're a Dutch venue and we have a lot of Dutch artists touring big halls like 800 to 1,000 capacities. And at a certain point, the artists get older, so they get sick of doing and basically they are doing the same round every time. So they want to do different rounds. And if you haven't built your crowd in local communities, then the problem might be that at a certain point in your career, that would be the only show that doesn't sell out. So you had an artist touring in the Netherlands, and they were finally doing Hilversum instead of Utrecht. And they were angry at us because we were the only show that didn't sell out. And I was like, yeah, but in the 20 years that you've had a career, you didn't build a crowd here locally. And that also shows that we have a unique crowd here that has to get to know you. So also when you want to have a career that lasts, it's good that you build local communities, specifically in your own country. So that, yeah.
That's some really valuable advice. Tom, from your perspective, from the Irish pubs and the community that you've grown throughout, it seems really interesting that there is this kind of like desire for artists to come back and play again and again. Do you want to jump in and say what you think the community is throughout your 100 venues?
Yeah, like I would say, if you're a smaller venue or if you are in a smaller city, I mean, what I said before, like you have to play more locally. On the one hand, is a plus point, because you're close on the artist, you will know more what's going on in your area, and also as a smaller venue, you have to specialize a little bit in your program. As an artist, if you have fans, we have the same as with the venues. You have fans that like your venue and the type of music you pick, and also if you give younger artists a chance to play there, the next time they come again. So we had that quite a lot, that people would come again and again, and also the audience would appreciate that, because they know on one hand they don't have to drive so far. What's a plus point? And these days it's much harder to get into the cities, parking. It's quite a big effort, and instead of just going around. And I think another big point in these days is also that the smaller venues, you're closer to the artists. They don't disappear after the show backstage and go to the tour bus. They usually go off the stage and speak to the people. So, and I think that's quite a nice familiar point, and also a nice interaction with the artist when you're interested in music. And I think that's definitely a USP for smaller venues, and also getting artists back. And I think also artists, we had that quite a lot of times, if you gave them a chance in their younger days, they won't forget you when they are also like a little bit more successful.
Yeah, definitely. As myself, from an artist, it's one of my favorite things to interact with the audience after. Some of my greatest moments have been in the venue after the show. Okay, we're going to touch on this point, but I don't want to dwell on it. But what do you think are the distinct challenges that come from touring and presenting live music in rural places? And Chris, I'm going to you.
Challenges is always selling tickets. The more tickets you sell, the greater the income. It makes everything easier. But the biggest we're a relatively small venue, 300 capacity standing, 150 seated. We've got equivalent to 3 full-time staff, a couple of part-timers, and just to get through all of the work required to make a show happen is really difficult. And then if we're not bringing enough money to support the venue, that's not a good position to be in. So the biggest challenge for us is putting the shows on and making enough money to survive. So anything that we can put in place to assist making enough money is fantastic. And obviously that comes in with Music Venue Trust putting so much into small venues, supporting with all the new projects that are coming online. In fact, anybody who hasn't signed up to Music Venue Trust email list, you should absolutely do that. It's not just for venues. Anybody that's interested in in grassroots venues and playing at grassroots venues, you should get on the mail list.
Thanks, Chris. I'll just take it easy this afternoon. Craig, do you have any points to add and challenges in Orkney or beyond, even Celtic Connections or elsewhere?
So just touching on what Chris said about tickets, from an agent's point of view, and kind of, so when we have any tour in place, every Monday, I'm sure it's an agent's dream, is just to be chasing ticket counts and see how things are selling. The one thing that I would caution looking upon shows that are in more rural areas is that ticket sales will generally be slower, because if a venue is, if people are just kind of in tune to being able to go to their venue, and particularly now where everyone's more cash strapped than ever, there's perhaps not the reason to be buying up front. And I'm sure that's the same within cities as well, but particularly locally, there'll be, certainly I've found, a much higher tendency for people to just pay on the door unless they know something is going to sell out. So I would caution being put off by that and kind of thinking, oh, this show's not selling, we're just going to have to pull it, because the audience is there, they've probably just not committed, or even if they've mentally committed, they've maybe just not parted with their cash yet. And it's quite a difficult thing to just tackle head on and go with and believe that it'll happen, but I think there just has to be that belief there, and to trust in the programmer who knows, and the venue, the promoter rather as well, that knows what they're doing. Logistically, the challenge would certainly just be the logistics of routing and paying closer attention to them than just assuming you can go from A to B as you might need. And obviously anywhere you can drive to is great, but when you're looking at the associated artist costs around playing somewhere that's relatively rural, you're probably not going to be able to walk to a Premier Inn to get whatever sort of cheaper hotel rooms than a locally operated place. So having an eye on that and saying, well, actually, do we need to drive a bit after our show to get those cheaper rooms, or are we happy to stay locally? Just that sort of stuff needs attention sooner. But also just paying attention to where these places are. No names mentioned, but even just this week I've been dealing with people attending an island festival, not mine, who hadn't stopped to think that they couldn't get from that island on Sunday to being in Glasgow at 9 a.m. on Monday morning. It's a completely innocent oversight, but it's just paying attention to the availability, the cost of flights, the cost of ferries, whatever CalMac might be throwing at us just now. They're not good at the moment. And allowing space within the schedule to work with that, so that you're then not putting yourself under undue stress, or that's having an impact upon other shows as well. And specifically from Orkney, kind of connected to that as well, our festival is venue-based, but because of where we are, we take artists for 3 or 4 days. We don't ever really do single plays because it's not financially viable. We pay for artist transport, and that on top of a gig fee is just unsustainable to only be spreading it over one show. So again, it's having an awareness from the artist's part that it's a greater time commitment, but you'll have a loyal audience as a result of that, and it's worth that commitment for the long-term benefits that Chris and others have already said.
Yeah, I think the idea that rural touring is to be treated differently, and you can't kind of copy and paste what you do in the main cities is a really important point. Tom and Karina, you've got something to add?
Yeah, I think it's a very important part. It's marketing. Specifically marketing and how you speak to crowds as an artist, because we notice that artists that speak to our local community, they say Hilversum, they don't say Amsterdam because it's close to Amsterdam, they speak to Hilversum, they speak to local crowds, that works much better, but it takes a bit more effort and a bit more time and a bit more thinking about, okay, where am I going to play and how am I going to speak to the local crowds. But if you speak to them directly, they are so loyal and they feel so much appreciated. So I think that's really important. And I think we also use higher marketing budgets, so because it takes more time, as was already said, to sell tickets. But as an artist, it's really good to think about that as well.
Yeah, that's very, very interesting as well, because yeah, it's a different beast, isn't it? Tom, do you have anything to add with even your marketing hat that you use when booking for the Irish pubs?
Yes, we do. We spoke about the challenge before. What is the challenge and what's getting harder in the market? Like on one hand is the financial side. Energy costs are growing, minimum wage is growing. You have to find a balance that people can afford it, but you still, as a company, have to make the profit. Like you have to pay your bills and everything. So I would say the financial side, the pressure is definitely getting harder. Of all kind of different reasons what I just said. The other thing what is getting harder, and you have to be very creative with that, is getting the people to leave their doorstep. It's very easy for them to say, oh, I just listen to YouTube, I order everything at home, I want to leave my flat. And that's a change with the younger people. You have to be very, very creative to do something, to get them out, to make your venue interesting enough that they say, I'm going to leave my house, I want to be there, I want to do something, and I want to pay the price. So that's everything okay for everybody. So marketing is a very big part of it. On one hand, you have to be very creative with your program, what you do, and the topic here, so to leave the beaten track. Also, sometimes it's quite good to do something different or something unexpected. And of course, if you do something, tell about it, promote it, and I quite believe also in interactions. If you something, try to get feedbacks, make people to come, that they can do something in the venue, that they get something, try to communicate with them and try to get an interaction. It's not always possible, but also sometimes possible with the shows you put on, or the program you put on. I think that's a big challenge to do that, but it's also an opportunity. The world is changing, and you have to be creative. I would say the program and the marketing is definitely important.
And do you think for artists coming through now, what are they potentially missing if they only focus on the major city circuit, and can building something outside the kind of obvious centres can sometimes create a more sustainable career for artists? And Tom, you can lead on about the workshops that you've been running in the Irish pubs for artists. You told me a story about an artist coming back over a kind of prolonged number of years to perform and built this career.
Like for example, what I said, like you can leave the beaten track. Like sometimes you have to find something new. And also, of course, in the past we worked a lot with artists from Ireland, also from Scotland. But you have to find the right music, what suits your venue or suits your audience. So one example what I want to tell is we had a showcase in Galway, and we're trying to find artists for the German market. The German market doesn't work with traditional music. You would play your venue empty after half an hour. But I met that wonderful guy. His name is Cachel Johnson. He's a harmonica player, and then he was telling me, "Oh, by the way, I'm doing harmonica workshops." He said, "What? You do harmonica workshops?" And that was it. So we brought him over. We did a whole tour. We did a collaboration with Hona, and we gave the audience harmonicas, and they learned to play a traditional tune in 20 minutes. That was interaction. All the venues were full, and also you have to use that to speak about it. The media is very important. So you can contact all the media. You can contact the press. You can contact the radio stations. You can contact the local television stations. You give them something new to speak about it. If you have more media, you attract more people, and they think, oh wow, that's interesting. I go there the next time, or at least I look at your monthly music program.
Yeah, Craig, I see you nodding your head. Have you got something to add from an artist perspective as well?
Yeah, I think the workshop thing is really interesting because I've had that with like the more folk-based artists that I work with, where even just being able to offer an afternoons workshop, for example, between 4 and 5 p.m. So at a time when they would probably be at the venue anyway, they could fit in the sound check after that. It gives local press something more to kind of lean into. You know, with respect, unknown band playing venue is not news. Like it's not, or it's not meaty enough for press to really sink their teeth into. So something where people can get involved with it, but also something that, again, not to be too calculating, but something that can also tap into local music teachers or the education system, where, you know, they might not have to pay to be part of it, but they might be able to get the word out to another, you know, audience. Particularly anyone learning an instrument, they'll usually have parents that are very keen to get them to experience that close up, both in gigs, but also to learn from someone and to inspire the next generation. And even if you're only starting out, you'll still be looked up to by teenagers, for example, who would want to learn something. And I think just, you mentioned perhaps a more sustainable model of touring. I think with artists, you know, at any stage of their career, I think everyone gets to a point, as has been said, you know, money is tighter everywhere. So artists, in order to sustain a living, either need to tour more or tour bigger. And usually it would come through tour more. And actually having those local audiences that won't travel into a city will do that. And they don't necessarily have to be on the same tour. You know, from a marketing perspective, doing a more rural tour or a Highlands and Islands tour or a Borders tour or whatever could be another outlet for touring 6 months out from playing major cities or whatever. And again, that gives a different press angle for people to jump on board and really support it, and basically keeps that revenue coming so that you can sustain a full-time living doing it.
Yeah, I think that probably Karina and Chris maybe can tell examples of artists who have done that and then come back to your venue and you know, maybe played to a few people and then gone to even sell out the venue. Do you have any examples of that you can bring to mind?
Honestly, in the Dutch landscape, it's usually that we build the artists and that they then move on to Amsterdam and Utrecht. So the actual ticket sales, the actually earning bit, goes to the bigger cities. So sorry, in my time I didn't have an example of this.
No,
it's very, yeah.
That in itself is super valuable, because that plays into like what happens in a rural venue. Is it? I'm sure Chris has got a similar story then.
Yeah, so we're still a relatively young venue. So we don't have lots of people that have come up through the venue, gone on to have major careers and come back. But we have identified that's a thing that needs to be developed. So through working with young bands and supporting the young bands, we're just waiting for these bands to start coming back. And you can see them growing in their career. They've come up through the schools, become fairly competent musicians, played gigs with us, started getting support slots with us, then the national support slots, and then get their own headline shows. So when we see somebody on Barrowland stage with a name behind them, you know, having played at our venue, that's really moving to see that happening. And you can see it's just come from that really basic support right at the beginning, when you're working with really good quality sound engineers who will talk young people through sound checking. Why are we doing what we're doing here? And they then go from our venue to an Edinburgh venue knowing what's expected of them. And it makes such a difference for young people who feel confident going on even gig number 2, have been told, get a tuner pedal, stuff like that. You know, it's not a sexy pedal to buy, but yeah, get a tuner. So yeah, the benefits are huge for young people, and we haven't had lots of people coming back, but when it has happened, it's quite emotional standing there in the hall, watching somebody up there that you think, yeah, this is a big thing. This is somebody coming back to this little venue.
Yeah, I mean, it just goes to show the importance of grassroots music venues in the pipeline as one of those foundational places, and how wonderful to see it, the kind of progression of these artists from buying your first tuner to like playing your own headline show. It's incredible. Oh yeah, carry on.
Yeah, I would have kind of one more thing to add up. What I quite would like to say, because we're speaking about the venues, and I want to say, like, the Irish pubs in Germany, they have a little bit of a different image than in Scotland. I said, like, the pubs in Germany, they are kind of known for live music. People go there to listen to live music, and it's not like a venue to get totally drunk, because our prices are higher. People really enjoy the environment of Ireland, Scotland, and having a beer and listening to music. Having that experience that people come back. I would like to tell one nice story, like especially in West Germany, because then we share our artists. We give them a chance to travel around, but also not so far. We had one artist, he played for us, I'd say the last 10 years. And also he built up his name in local places. He was on a music plan every month, so everybody knew him. He always tried to get signed, and the day came, he got signed with Napalm Records, and then they founded their band, what's called the New Roses, and they played a few years ago. They was the first German band. They played on the Full Metal Cruise with Kiss, because they met them on the concert, and also they just played the farewell tour with Kiss. So that guy started in the Irish pubs. His last album was top 10 in the charts, and he still came to our pub to play for a local fee. So that's a few nice things that people don't forget where they came from. And I just want to say in that point, the pubs in Germany, they get used to give people the platform until they're big enough to go to commercial venues where they have to sell tickets. So there's a time before to get the experience, to get the interaction with the audience, maybe to file a bit on their playlist, and that's where we stand for. So we give these people a platform to go on tour or to play in the individual pubs, because the pubs are full on the weekend anyway. So we pick the artists that would suit that night. And that's much easier for the artists because they get paid, and they just have to interact with the audience and to build up their fan base until they have a management, until they have a booker, and then go to the next smaller venues and to have the chance to fill them up.
Yeah, very important for having that platform to kind of cut your teeth and hone your craft. Okay, I'm going to go individually if that's all right. Craig, wearing both your agency and festival hats, so you can see it from both sides, I guess, what makes a place go from a maybe to definitely worth including on a tour or festival circuit?
A promoter that knows what they're doing. And I think I kind of touched on that earlier, but you'll get, you might see, everyone sees everything on social media, and you might see an artist announce a tour and go, why are they gigging in that place in rural, wherever, shire? And it will almost always be because there's a brilliant promoter there. They're either running a series within a venue that they're hiring, or they're running the venue in-house, but they just know their market and they know the audience, but that they also know their program as well, that they're not just a completely open door to everything that falls in their inbox, because they would very quickly be open 365 days and not be successful, that they have an understanding of where their audience is coming from and what their audience wants to hear, but also will take a risk on newer artists, don't get me wrong. But getting in with that promoter gives you some confidence that you're accessing a built-in audience there that then transfers over to your audience long term. And to be honest, with an artist, and even for, like, say, international artists that I might work with touring in the UK, those might be the venues that I would look to go to first before they've established hard tickets in the cities, because you know that an audience is, a musically curious audience is there wanting to see new music. That'll always do it for me.
That's a very interesting bit of information. Even I didn't actually think about, but that makes sense from an international place to have the trust in those promoters. Okay, Chris, you won Best Small Venue at the Scottish Live Music Awards. I've already mentioned it, but I'm going to mention it again. What does a community-rooted venue need to do to become that trusted stop on a touring route?
We have a mantra, and I can't use the language because we're being live streamed, but let's just say it's don't be an arse. Treat everybody as you want to be treated yourself. I know it's like common sense, but we get the arrival time for the band, 3 o'clock, there's hot coffee on. So the second people step out the bus, there's hot coffee in the green room. You know, usually we're doing the load-in, nobody drinks it, but the message is the second people step through the door, you want to look after them. And it's little things like that that make your run-of-the-mill venue a really, really good venue. We cook for bands. If one of us didn't cook for the band, I'd be eating chips every night. You know, it's not good, but by spending £20 to feed 2 bands and the working staff, it's another message that we want to look after them. And, you know, we're all music fans. That's why we're doing it. We're not in it to make money. It'd be nice if we made money, but it's not the reason we're doing it. We've never asked an artist to sign a contract. We've never pulled a show because of low ticket sales unless we've agreed with artists that we don't want somebody stepping out in a crowd of 10 people and it's not practical. We don't want them to not enjoy the show. But, you know, even if ticket sales are low, where we know some of the big promoters would have pulled it 3 months in advance, we know, like you were saying, there'll be late ticket sales. And if necessary, we can set up cafe style, not the death metal shows, obviously, but set up cafe style, some invited guests, and make it feel busy. So it's what makes a small grassroots venue successful is treating everybody like you would like to be treated yourself. It's as simple as that. And then, you know, the most fantastic thing is having worked since 8 in the morning, working through the show and going away at night going, my God, we just did that. And people had their hands in the air, there was crowd surfers, we might have made some money at the bar. You know, it makes it all worthwhile. So we're doing it because we love it. And that's what I think what makes the difference. There are venues in the city where you can go in and look at the bar staff and there's faces that are all tripping them. Whereas it's often commented from this, we've got a Perspex panel between the stage and the bar, and our bar staff are dancing. And they're all volunteers. They've all given up their free time on a Friday and Saturday night to work in the venue, and they're dancing. It's like, it's the best job in the world. That's why it's a success.
A very, very good mantra. Okay, Karina and Tom, what have you seen in your regions, so Dutch and German regional ecosystems, that we could learn from in Scotland? What do you think's working that we could learn from you guys?
Well, for that I don't know enough from Scotland, so that's a bit hard to say. But I think what I notice in the Netherlands specifically is that venues in rural areas, they focus really on community development and also programming together with the community and talent development, developing local artists. And that's something that bigger cities don't do. They have enough shows, they have enough crowds. So and that's really how we, as a not focused on venue, try to make a difference. So really on the social aspect more than just the entertainment aspect. And I would love to see more venues work that way, actually. Just really also, for example, we have a heavy program in our small hall. I can book heavy artists easily. I worked at a heavy office, but I'm not doing it. I've asked a local guy who's really into metal to program it for us, and he easily takes 100 people with him just because he's part of the community locally. So, yeah.
So important for our ecosystem and the future of what we're doing as well.
Yeah, also the organizers.
Yeah. Tom, do you have any words of wisdom that we could learn from?
Well, I can only say what worked for us very well. I think in general, the Scottish market, I do really like it. The people are very open here, and you've got a very strong music scene. But what I can only say from my perspective, my experience, kind of work together. That's what we did with all the pubs. We work together so that we're stronger, and also there's a much higher communication. And for the artists, I think it's always important, to think out of the box. There's not only venues, there's not only YouTube or Instagram. When you play somewhere, try to build something around, and that's what we did with the Irish pubs. We have the possibility to put bands on, to pay them, and also to create a tour. If you have tour dates, then it's easier to get into the music magazines with the tours, into the local press, into the radio, and it's easier to get sponsorship. Everything is a market, and also companies try to sell their products. So I was always a fan for cross-selling and to get sponsorships. So for example, if you shoot through 10 or 20 Irish pubs in your early days, think about that, just to build up your fan base, and then from that side it's quite easy to get a sponsorship. You would look for a sponsor, what would suit your music, what would suit you, and then let's say a fair bit of the costs are covered. So at least there's something started, and I had the experience, if you work together, if you do a little bit things different than other people do, and then it should work.
Yeah, very interesting about the sponsorships. Okay, so MVT saw another decrease in stops on the touring circuit last year, with only Glasgow now on the primary route in Scotland. What impact does this have on our rural grassroots music venues, the artists who are skipping them, and the communities that they serve? From Chris, I'll come to you with that one.
I think we covered it earlier. It's an ecosystem. If you take away the soil, everything dies. I mean, it's a no-brainer. You've got to tour small venues to get the experience to move up to bigger venues. If you're only going to play Glasgow, there's that risk people are going on stage not really up to working with a big crowd. It's like everybody loses. The artists lose, venues lose. It's just, and culturally, I mean, we are the only standing venue in the whole region. If we lose that, there's nothing. I mean, I'm sure some pubs will pop up with back rooms to put on small acts, but yeah, if you're not touring, everything dies. Everything up the way dies.
Yeah, Craig, what would you say about that from your perspective as an agent? And like, if you said there that you think artists are touring more or touring bigger rooms, like, do you have a perspective on them, artists that are skipping or just doing Glasgow or wherever?
Yeah, kind of multiple conflicting thoughts here. I think things probably get to a stage within an artist's career where they kind of say, I'm a bit knackered of, being on the road, 80, 100 days a year, whatever. So they want to be touring less. That's understandable. But it's, again, the assumption that an audience that you've gathered, say, across rural Scotland will travel to Edinburgh or Glasgow is quite, I'm trying to find a polite word for it, but it's not great to expect your audiences to travel, huge distances and then be surprised when they don't come. So I think very often that directive, I mean, we're saying this in Scotland, so it's maybe the wrong crowd, but I find very often that directive comes from agents who are perhaps not based in Scotland, don't know the market, and will happily, and I'm saying this as an agent, not to be overly critical, will hand over a tour to a national promoter and say, there you go, can you just go and hire all the venues and book the tours? They're not going to look north of Glasgow and Edinburgh because they don't understand it. Or indeed south, between, I was going to say Newcastle, but Carlisle, rarely gets a look in at times either. So I think that very often comes from, I was going to say a place of ignorance, but it's perhaps just naivety and not understanding the market there, as we said at the top, doesn't behave like others. And if you're not touring there, then certainly from a folk perspective, if you're not going there, other people will. So you're missing out. But as Chris said, that ecosystem, you don't want it to fall. And I think where it's, where there's more and more challenges to touring rurally, then I think having an eye on every part that's connected to it is really important, and not always looking for the easy route, I think.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of carries on to this next question that I've got. If we believe that music matters culturally, do we need to be more ambitious about where it happens? If venues are getting skipped, then we are losing that cultural aspect as well. Do you want to say something, Chris?
I don't know if it's where it happens. It's not that it's not important, it's how it happens. How we make it manageable. How do we put the infrastructure in there to support the touring, even in the places that exist now? And we don't want to lose venues, but if you don't put things, finances, support into how it happens, we won't have the opportunity to look at where it happens. So it's supporting things as they are now to allow it to then grow.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the things that obviously we champion at Music Venue Trust is that once a venue in a kind of rural area, or as you say, Mac Arts is really the only grassroots music venue in the area. If anything was to happen and the venue would shut, then that would mean that a whole community then would be without that cultural aspect. How about you guys, Tom and Karina? Do you have similar thoughts on the culture that the venues bring to their communities?
Actually, yes. Like I think it's very important to keep these communities up. And what we said before, I agree. You have to have the link to your people, and if you would disappear from the market, it's definitely would be a big loss. It is harder and harder to keep it, but also on the other hand, there's a creativity to have it. I think these local venues are very, very important. Also, as I said, kind of for local artists and to develop.
Yeah, basically with us, it works that my big hall earns money, so I can fund my small hall. So if the big artists stop coming because they only want to play Amsterdam, then I can't support my local artists, and also I can't support Dutch talent anymore, and also the community projects we do, and we also work with volunteers. So it's the entire ecosystem for us that falls down a bit.
Yeah. I mean, you've totally hit the nail on the head there. Those touring artists are then paying into this system that then is creating more culture coming out of that venue. So that's super, super important. Okay, well, what can we do for rural and regional touring to be more resilient? Like, what if you could wave a magic wand? What do you think would fix all of our problems, essentially?
In the Netherlands, it would definitely be to fund rural areas more, because for funding we compete with Amsterdam. We compete with the National Ballet, with theater, and then with the big venues in Amsterdam. So we usually don't get national funding because of that. So that's really important to really focus on, okay, well, maybe we don't hit everything if it goes about diverse crowds, but we do make a lot of impact locally.
Yeah.
It's just a mind shift in what's really important.
Very key. Yeah, I see Chris is nodding his head with you there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, some of the changes since COVID, all our local guest houses shut down. So there's now no place locally for bands to stay. So we've got one hotel in the next town that's not cheap. So these major initiatives like providing accommodation within venues could be an absolute game changer for small venues. Just that one aspect of the stuff that Music Venues Trust are doing could be a game changer for us.
Yes, we've got Bev, our CEO, was speaking earlier about the incredible initiatives that Music Venue Trust is putting into place, and that one is called Stay the Night. And we've got some booklets about, if you would like to read more. There's loads of goodies in there. Craig, what do you think? What can make touring rurally more resilient?
I was going to say, kind of touching, you mentioned funding or potentially looking for avenues to support it. This is perhaps more from an island context, but I don't know if anyone's seen this week that actually Brian Ferguson's had a really interesting series running through the Herald, specifically looking at island-based festivals and the kind of many challenges that are unique to island locations. And the one thing that we've fought for in Orkney specifically, and we're quite lucky in this respect because it is not the same, certainly in Shetland, and I don't know about anywhere in the Western Isles, is that our funding for the festival, and I know that's specifically for a festival, but we are venue-based, so that is still feeding the wider ecosystem, is that our funding from the local authority is actually given to us on the grounds of economic development, not culture, because it values the money that the festival creates and puts back into the wider economy, which is around about £1 million a year, and we're a 4-day festival. We don't get anywhere near that in funding, but ours is ring-fenced so that we don't have to go through the hoops of applying for it every year. There is no national body that does the same thing. Arts funding, without going down too deep a rabbit hole there, is on the basis of art for art's sake, and that's brilliant. But when it comes to festivals who have obvious barriers to growth, and likewise rural venues will be the same, having to state your case for constantly doing something new or something exciting or adding to the program, that is not sustainable. Sustainability for us is existing for another 40 odd years. So that's what we've kind of pushed to try, and it'll not happen overnight, but if there is a way to kind of value the market and look at the wider picture rather than just, times are tough for everyone, and it's very easy to see a headline of, tens of millions of pounds have gone into the arts, and people who are not in any way interested will see that and go, well, that's just, funding money to disappear. And it's not, because there isn't the wider picture of what's generated out the back of it. And I think, you don't want to over-commodify music or put too much of a price on it, but actually seeing the wider value into the wider area, into restaurants, guest houses, everything like that could actually talk in the way that those that have the financial levers understand.
Yeah, I think that is an absolutely key point, that we don't operate in this artistic bubble, and that we do actually need to have some economic backing to operate. How about you, Tom? Do you have any wish for a resilient rural touring network?
Yes, I think it would be quite nice to get, like in general, more support for artists to make it easier also to tour, and having like a trust who would support that, especially for younger people. It's very difficult. I can only say it for the German markets there is trust, but with the Irish pubs we're not part of it because we're commercial, and we unfortunately always had to finance ourselves. That's the reason why for us so important that we share artists, that we see that our program is attractive, and that also that we work like efficient. But in general, it would be much better if there would be like a better support for especially younger artists to go on the road. In Germany, it's only certain locations that get that. There's quite important thing is a European Culture Fund, but it's also bureaucracy is quite high. There's a long pile of papers you have to fill out to get that, and you have to have certain circumstances, and as a operating business, it's very hard to get that.
We've kind of already kind of commented on this, because you did actually talk about having these partners and brand partnerships and how much that was beneficial. So we'll tie that point in, but what do you think happens when venues, promoters, local partners, or national or international partners work together well in regional areas? And you've already told some success stories, but what do you think? Like Craig, you were speaking also about those promoters that know the areas, and you would definitely use them to launch artists. Do you have any other words of wisdom about those kind of relationships that's worked really well?
Examples escape me, but yeah, I think ultimately, as Chris touched on, like everyone working in a grassroots kind of smaller, or not necessarily smaller, but certainly more rural venue where, you know, the challenges and obstacles are higher just because of your proximity to essential resources are is greater. Everyone working in those sorts of areas is doing it for the love of it. Whether they're doing it as a volunteer or commercially as their job, they might be salaried for 40 hours, but you can guarantee they're probably doing at least half of that again. Everyone does it for the love of it, and it's just that understanding and taking a step back and stopping to think that everyone's coming at the same thing from a slightly different angle, but everyone wants the same end result and the same long-term benefits. Whether that's folk working together, putting on a gig in Scotland, or artists coming in from any part of the world working either directly or with an agency to do the same. It's everyone's ultimately seeking the same end goal, and it's just having that kind of pause for understanding where they're coming from, and just, I guess, the idiosyncrasies of, you know, smaller venues, and even within Scotland, one in Gala will not be the same as one even, I don't know, 10 miles up the road. It's just asking the question and seeking to understand where folk are coming from, I think, is the key to unlocking that success.
Karina, do you have any kind of like partnerships that you work with that you feel have been successful that we could glean from?
Actually, we do have a lot. We started a big cultural network of Hilversum because we felt like, as a cultural network, that we were. It was tough to get crowds to us. So the film theater had the same problems that we did, the museums, etc. So we started working really close together to share knowledge, but also to make programs. And then also we started to work together with local communities, and I think we got really a lot out of it. And also we now have a live radio show in our venue, which is quite unique because live radio is not a thing anymore. It's actually getting cut quite often right now. We have a metal collaboration. We have a collaboration with the film theater. Yeah, so it's new ways of making stuff work, and it's actually quite creative. We're now working together with an artist to put on a show in our venue, and we are probably going to work together with a classical music organization. So for this artist, it's also an interesting new opportunity to work on their show. So yeah.
Definitely think that it's showing the strength of collaboration is definitely showing that it's helped so much.
Yeah, but also just start to be a front for all things that's cultural and social in your city. We also there's this local punk community. They started squatting a place. Now they do shows there, and we try to support them because it's so important that there's something else that's really easier accessible money-wise than our venue to have. Just seeing those opportunities and support each other, it's really important in rural areas.
Very cool. Okay, we've only got a couple of minutes left, so I'm going to go to our final question. And this is not a cop-out. You can choose your own venue. This is a place where you can promote as much as possible. So to close, what is one hidden gem on the touring map that people should stop overlooking? And Chris, you can say your own venue if you wish, but you can also choose another one.
Do you know, we the team in the office, we go to gigs all over. So that's one of the relationships we build. A band comes to play at Mac Arts, and we'll go to see them other places. But I very much like getting off the train and going to Leith Depot, down the bottom of Leith Walk. So lovely little venue, beautiful food. Sneakies is Sneakies, highly recommended. They're actually, do you know, when I go on holiday, first thing I do is check out where the grassroots music venues are. I try to make a point of going to no matter what's on, going to a small music venue, whichever city we're in. District in Liverpool last time.
Oh, are you going to go to Karina's venue next? That'll be your next stop. How about you, Karina? You can say your own venue.
No, I'm not going to say my own venue. I love my venue, but I think everything that's on radar.squad.net is really cool because that's the DIY venues in the Netherlands. They're also pretty accessible as an emerging artist internationally. If you have DIY, something with DIY, punk, hardcore, whatever, leftish, every venue that's on there, squats are really struggling, of course, everywhere, and they are doing really well. I mean, we get funding, not national funding, but we do get local funding. But those venues, they are really important. So everything that's on there. And also a great tip if you're starting out.
Tom, have you got one that you would like to nominate as your hidden gem?
Well, like I would say as a hidden gem I would nominate is probably is the support from the city. Like you don't have to work as a venue on your own. I think for us, it was very helpful have a good joint venture with the city and with the marketing department and the culture department. And I would say this is an important thing. Have a good communication to the locals, to the city, and that if you're good to them, they will be good to you.
Yep, wise words. Craig, have you got a venue that you would like to nominate as your hidden gem?
Yeah, I'll go local, and this is the point where I say I don't actually live in Orkney. I live just outside Dumfries, but a brilliant touring stop that can actually be brilliant for routing. And if I could just add, actually, those rural venues are your keys to unlocking those huge long drives. If you can go off the beaten track, and actually tie those in between stops A and B. Just up the road from me is a great venue in New Galloway called the Cat Strand, which is only it's 90 capacity theatre, and again that small capacity sometimes puts people off, but you get the warmest reception and just a brilliant welcome from the team there, and they can program just about any night a week as well. It's brilliant.
Amazing. Well, I think we're out of time, but thank you so much for being part of the panel, and thank you for listening.
I went to see an African ballet, and I saw the finger piano. He saw it one side of the stage, and he was singing, and when he got to the other side, it was over. That little rumbling sound, the finger piano, that comes from Africa. I wanted to play something like that. You know, Bill Evans had been telling me, listen to Ravel, and it's, you know, the Motown thing that Ravel was into. You know, but not kind of blue. The concept was like that African ballet. But it didn't come out that way. You know, when somebody gives you a concept, sometimes it isn't like what you want it to do.
super cool, super mean, feeling good for the man, super fly. Here I stand, secret stash, heavy bread, baddest bitches in the bed. I'm your pusher man. I'm your pusher man. I'm your pusher man. Silent life of crime. A man of odd circumstance, a victim of ghetto demands. Feed me money for style, and I'll let you trip for a while. Insecure from the past, how long can a good thing last? Got to be mellow, y'all. Gotta get mellow now. Push a man, get mellow, y'all. Heavy mind, heavy sight, making money all the time. My LD and just me for all junkies to see. Ghetto Prince is my thing, making love's how I swing. I'm your pusher man. I'm your pusher man. 2 bags, please, for a generous fee. Make your world what you want it to be. Got a woman I love desperately. Wanna give her something better than me. Been told I can't be nothing else. Just a hustler in spite of myself. I know I can make it this life, just don't make it. Lord, Lord, yeah. Got to get mellow now. Gotta be mellow, y'all. Got to get mellow now. I'm your mama, I'm your daddy, I'm that nigga the blues, but I don't mind. All I have to do is get to you, and then I feel just fine. I'm on a down, but not all the way. When I'm feeling low, you do your thing just so, and then I feel okay. You're so good, the way you give. You're so good, you're
1, 2. Hey. Hi. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining us. My name is Martha. I am an artist. My artist name is Indoor Foxes. Welcome to the Harmonious Benefits panel discussion. So with us in the room, we have David McKenna, who is the Centre National de Musique from France.
Hello.
And we have Ingrid, who's from the Quebec government. She's the Director for Culture in the UK, Ireland, and Nordic countries. And hopefully, touch wood, we will have Catherine joining us, who is the former Culture Minister of Ireland and who was really instrumental in implementing the basic income for artists, which I'm sure we've all heard about. I just want to give you guys an opportunity to kind of we've got Catherine! Just, yay! Just to let you guys know, the connection should hopefully be steady, but it might drop in and out, so if you just bear with us on that, would be much appreciated. Do you guys want to briefly introduce yourselves? Catherine, do you want to go first while your signal's steady?
Sure. Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. So I'm Catherine Martin. I suppose my background is originally, I studied music at university. I taught music for 20 years, then got into politics. I was deputy leader of the Green Party that negotiated the programme for government in 2020, and then had the privilege of being appointed Minister for Tourism, Culture, Arts, Gaeltacht, Sport and Media. During that time, I introduced, I suppose, the groundbreaking basic income for the arts, but also during my 5 years as Minister, funding for the arts increased by 97%. I'm no longer involved in politics, and this year I'm delighted that I've been appointed Head of Policy with the Irish Academy in Ireland. So they're really establishing a formal presence there. So I'm still fighting for the arts.
Congratulations!
Thank you.
Amazing. Next on my list, I have David. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Hello, so I'm David McKenna. I am the UK and Ireland consultant for the CNM, which is the Centre National de la Musique. That's a public body that was set up in France in 2020 to support the French music industry, and it absorbed a bunch of different organisations, including the Bureau Export, which was the French music export office that I used to work for. I also am a music journalist sometimes, and I write about the French underground music for the Quietus website as well.
Amazing. Ingrid, do you want to go next or last?
Yeah, so I used to be a musician for most of my life, touring musician, folk music, trad music. Actually, I came to Scotland because of Gaelic singing. And then the pandemic happened, and overnight there were no more tours, and I saw this great job in the Quebec government office in London. I have lived and toured in the Nordics, and from that office we cover, as you said, UK, Ireland, and the Nordics. So I was lucky enough to get that job in 2020. So now, instead of being an artist, we help artists from Quebec export in those countries.
3 incredible speakers. It's such a privilege to be here asking you all the questions. Today's panel is going to be addressing government initiatives and schemes rather than grants like you might know them. We're going to look a little bit at the sort of cultural policy and the work that's been done by all 3 panelists. So probably the best place to start would be with you, Catherine. Can you just explain to everyone how the basic income for artists came to be and how it functions? Is there an application process? Like, how does it look?
Yeah, sure. So when I was appointed minister, it was June 2020, the end of June 2020, and we were in the throes of COVID, so everything had stopped. And I firstly put together a task force it was called the Arts and Culture Recovery Task Force, and I got them to report back to me. It was a huge sort of group of all representative bodies of arts in Ireland. And they came back with 10 recommendations, and the number 1 was the basic income for the arts, a pilot program for 3 years. I suppose I came from a place where I believe in a universal basic income, so that to me made a lot of sense. But maybe I was in coalition with 2 other government parties, so it took a little bit of persuading to get that over the line. But luckily enough, I was actually on a cabinet subcommittee on the economy, and the following summer it was launched the economic recovery for Ireland. So I fought the case up until then. I just solely focused on the arts and the amazing contribution that is made to our economy, and fought the fight for that. And I got that commitment into that in black and white, which then meant in the next budget I could argue for the money for the basic income. And it was launched the year after that again. And it was for 2,000 people of various arts forms, and it was €325 per week. It was based on, I suppose, the minimum wage at that time, and I think it was based on maybe 31 hours per week, and that's how we come up to the €325 per week. Which was really important to me was working with arts organisations in drawing this up. So we did a public consultation, we did extensive consultation with the artistic community in Ireland to make sure that when I brought this and announced it, that it was something that was very much accepted by the communities, that required a lot of consultation with the sector. And what I felt was of equal importance to the actual money itself was the research. I felt, this was a 3-year pilot. I would be gone as minister by the time it would end, and I needed the research. I suspected research which showed the economic value as well as the well-being value and creative output value of this basic income, and it did. And so just recently, the new minister has said it will now be permanent, and he has launched a new one. But just give you, for example, the well-being of the artist improved, the creative output improved, because we also had 1,000 artists who weren't on it. The control groups we could compare, and we had them doing surveys, and started with a baseline survey at the very beginning, and also the group who were being paid that basic income. They had less reliance on other jobs, so they were actually freed. Their mind was freed from that precarious nature of being an artist, of the worry of trying to make money so that you can have the comfort to create. But those in the control group were still trying to do 2 or 3 other jobs while also trying to create. And I suppose the most interesting one, which would have helped the argument to make it permanent, and which can now be used to other places around the world, other governments, is that for every €1 of public money invested in this pilot, society received €1.39 in return. So the net cost of the basic income for the arts actually went from 105 million down to just under 72 million, and that's because of the tax generated, and also those who are in receipt of this basic income were able to move away from social welfare payments, so that there was savings on social welfare as well. So that's a quick whistle-stop tour over how it happened.
I think that gives a really great overview of a brilliant program. It's amazing to see how successful it's been, or to hear how successful it's been. How did you select candidates for this, or artists for this? Was there an application process, or was this from public bodies that you found people?
No, it opened up to everyone through, there was a portal there, and in the first iteration, in the pilot program that I did, there were 3 boxes, and 2 of them you had to tick. So either proof of income earned from the arts, or evidence of having that creative practice, or 3, membership of a relevant representative body. And so if you had 2 of those, that meant you were eligible, and then you applied. And I think over 9,000 applications for 2,000 places. Now the new iteration of it, it's I was just looking it up because it's quite detailed. You have to be primarily based in the Republic of Ireland. That would have been similar to the pilot. Tax compliant, obviously, that's similar to the pilot. You agree to complete surveys, that's similar to the pilot. You agree to the verification processes if you are selected to be receipt of the payment. So you must give at least 2 proofs now of being, of activity in Ireland to prove that your practice is primarily based here, and 3 proofs in total. And it brings in more sort of, you could still get away with sort of what we had in the pilot, but there's more, I suppose. The argument is it leaning more towards the professional musician, in that bursaries come in, Art Council grants, but I still think the emerging artist can, if they prove that their practice is there. And you do have to allow, and obviously if you're a member of this, you give proof of everything, proof of your creative output, proof of your earnings, proof of being a member of a representative organisation. And it does take, they reckon, about 90 minutes to apply. So it's open at the minute. It's open for a month. It closes on the 12th of May. And the most important thing is to gather all your proof before you log on to complete the application.
Well, if you're watching from the Republic of Ireland, there's your deadline. So I guess that leads in to just the point you made about tax and how, for every euro spent, there's, as you say, €1.39 returned into the economy. Yeah. It'd be great to hear a bit from David, because you have the unemployment insurance, which relates almost to taxation in France.
Well, it's called Intermittence du Spectacle, and I believe, Catherine, you were looking at that when you were coming up with the basic income, right?
Yes, absolutely. It formed part of my argument. I was like, look, France has been doing something all along to support their artists for decades. Why can't Ireland do that? And even more with the basic income. So it did help in my persuasive arguments with my government partners. So thank you very much to France.
Yeah, but it's actually a different.
It works
in a different way.
Yeah.
So it comes out. It's unemployment insurance for people that work in the arts and culture sector, and it came about in the 30s, I think. Originally, it was for people working in cinema, and then eventually in sort of the late 60s, I think, then it got expanded to cover musicians and people working in the music sector and so on. So the idea is it's because people working in the arts often will work temporary or short-term contracts, and there will be fallow periods where they're not working, so the insurance is to cover that, basically. And you have to work a certain number of hours a year, so it's 507 hours over 12 months. It used to be 10 months, basically. I can't give you exact figures because it changes according to the kind of job you do, and according to the going rates for particular work and so on. But that's the basic idea. You have to rack up these hours, and you can do other work as well. You can do a bit of teaching, but that can't be the full amount. So people are sometimes caught between that, how they're going to make up the hours, and that's maybe the sort of the downside of it is how you make up these 507 hours. And if, for example, you make quite niche experimental music or whatever, then I know a lot of people that do more experimental music, and they're not they don't use the scheme. They're not intermittent because it's just very difficult for them to find enough concerts and shows to keep going. But the plus side, there are great pluses, and it does valorize artists, and it treats them as people doing valuable work.
Yeah, real workers.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I have a bit of a follow-up just with you, David. We were talking about CNM, which is a phrase in French that we spent a long time on the phone trying to get me to pronounce, and I just could not do it. But this supports music businesses, so can you just tell us a bit about how supporting music businesses specifically benefits the musical economy and sort of the music making world?
So the CNM, as I say, was set up in 2020. We really got going in sort of September of 2020, so right with COVID happening as well. So that was actually the first job of the CNM was the mechanism through which help was distributed to the music industry in France. But generally, the CNM is a public body. It's under the supervision of the Ministry of Culture, and it receives money directly from the state, but also via two taxes. One is a tax on gig tickets, which pre-existed the CNM, which is it's sort of 3.5% at the moment. And that previously went to one of the other organisations alongside the French Music Export Office that was absorbed by the CNM.
So is that almost like a ticket levy?
Yes, exactly, okay. Yeah. So we have it's sort of, there's a voluntary one now in the UK, but obviously that's very UK to have it voluntary, whereas France it's like...
Beverly! Music Venue Trust. No, sorry.
So there's that tax pre-existed, and there's also a tax on streaming, which came in 2024. So that also helps to fund the CNM. Streaming services didn't like it. Spotify pulled out of, sponsoring several French festivals and that kind of thing. So, and there were other criticisms of it as well. But anyway, so that's what comes in, and then CNM then redistributes money through several, what we call commission, but essentially these are funding rounds, and there's a panel for the ones that I'm particularly involved in, and they're not the only ones, but are the ones that export. So there's for touring and promo, and there's a panel of 14 voters and 14 observers, and so the applications come in, these are voted on, they get the full amount, which is up to, I mean, it's always changing, but it's up to a certain amount. I've got the exact amounts here, which is
a figure.
Well, there are two levels, but one is between 400 euros and 25,000 euros.
Wow.
But that's up to 50% of the budget presented. And that can only be done sort of 3 times a year and so on. And then there's a higher level of that. And there are also particular constraints, so you have to have 1,000 followers on 2 streaming services, subscribers, and then also 1,000 followers on at least one sort of social media as well.
It's not that high a bar.
It's not that high.
It's a very attainable bar.
Yeah, I mean, it's not bad, and you have to have some kind of sort of rules for that, I suppose, and for things, particularly for the export, for things to be export ready. I suppose the downside is that artists that maybe do more business on Bandcamp and things like that, it doesn't really take that into account, I suppose, yeah. And so there are other schemes for songwriters, recording albums and so on, and that's just through the CNM, yeah.
Fabulous. And then, Ingrid, it's interesting to sort of hear a lot of this is all coming back to like artists as workers and artist rights, and I know you've done a lot of work, or you're very knowledgeable about this.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, it would be just great to hear a bit about like what is happening in Quebec, because you have also, similar to the streaming tax you have streaming quotas now that have just passed, right?
Not yet.
Okay, it's coming.
Yeah, it's coming. Well, yeah, if you want to talk about quotas, I can talk about funding later on, or the status of the artist law later, but quotas specifically. So that's not a provincial jurisdiction, so it's actually at the Canada level. In 1971, they put like quotas on radio content. So now it has to be at least 35% of the music played has to be Canadian. And if it's French-speaking radio, it's up. It goes to 65% of French music. So that means basically on any radio, there will be 1 in 3 songs that will be Canadian, and 2 out of 3 will be in French on a French radio program. So, of course, radios are maybe not matter that much today. So last year in Quebec, we passed the Bill 109, and it aims at putting quotas on live streaming platform or on any platforms, and that includes Netflix and Spotify and like
it extends beyond just music, right?
Yeah, but it's not yet like, I mean, the bill passed, and now they're going to put rules and regulations and how to control it and how to apply it. So
amazing. I'm sure we can come back a little bit to that. I actually would really love to hear about the sort of labor rights work that you've done with musicians and artists, because we were talking about the statute of rights as well in France. Sounds like there's quite similar schemes. Yeah,
well, I was surprised to learn that it's only in Quebec and Canada that we have the Status of the Artist Act, so that's actually a law. In Quebec it was passed in 1987, and a few years later, in 1992, Canada said, oh, we'll do the same. And that law just states that artists, even if they're freelancers, they have a special status. They're like any other workers, which means it gives them the right to unionize, basically. So that law helped create a lot of artist associations, not only in music, but in any art form. And those unions, they can negotiate like collective agreements, which will guarantee like minimum fees, minimum working conditions, the reuse rights, and so on. And that law was modernized in 2022, following, of course, the pandemic, and they added a lot of stuff like legal aid. There's also now a $2 million emergency fund for emergencies, clearly, like COVID. There's also, I think they added a lot of resources for harassment and or if you have grievances with your employers and so on. So basically, through this law, you're protected as an artist as any other worker.
Sounds like being an artist in Quebec is pretty good. I'm coming. I'm going to Quebec. So I guess what what I would like to know then is what are the costs and risks of running initiatives like this? And, you know, for particularly in Ireland, like I know we touched on it a little bit, but how do we continue to incentivize new and quality work if we are the ones funding artistic careers, or if the public bodies are the ones funding the artistic careers? And then how do we justify spending public money on the arts? Everyone's struggling, every sector is seeing cuts across the world. Why is this so important? In your own words. I mean, we all know why it's important, but would anybody like to go first?
Well, I can't go first. Oh no. I'm just going to say, of course, we all know it has amazing benefits on health and you know, cultural cohesion and so on. But I would say in Quebec, there's another thing. Like we're 9 million or 8 million French-speaking people in. I don't know how many people are on our continent. There's 40 million in Canada and a couple of 100 million in the US. So for us, we've always, since the 60s, like we're the first Ministry of Culture in North America. And we've always, and any government from right, left, and center has always funded very generously culture, because it's our only way to exist and to keep existing in a continent full of people who are different than us.
Love that.
I mean, the French have always been quite forward in exporting sort of their culture and viewing it as soft power, I think. And, you know, more recently have realized that music is part of that. So I think that's a side of it, and sort of the supporting export. I mean, just last year, it was not something that came from the CNM, but Macron decided he wanted a music equivalent of you know, the French president Macron decided he wanted an equivalent of Paris Fashion Week that would be Paris Music Week. Ooh. Eventually, it was decided that it would be called France Music Week, so it wasn't just so Paris-centric. But yeah, that was quite a big event that involved the CNM and Auditoire, who were responsible for organising the Olympics, the Paris Olympics opening and closing ceremonies. So I think there's that side of it as well, but also generally there's just you know, the arts have traditionally been valued within France, and as you say, sort of governments, whether more to the right or more to the left, have generally had to at least pay lip service to the arts. If the the far right get into power, that might change. Like one of their explicitly stated that they would get rid of the CNM if they get into power. So
that's great.
Yeah. So
love that.
So, but very, very important to protect the arts. But as I say, I think it's there has been traditionally a view that artists are important. They do important work, and you know, apart from subsistence in life, what else? What are we here for? You know.
Absolutely. Catherine, it'd be great to hear your perspective as well, and also just with the fact that you are funding, you're giving people a basic income. How are we then like keeping people going as creatives and making good stuff, making careers, you know?
Yeah, well, I think we have to look to the most awful time, I suppose, for our musicians and for our creatives, which was COVID, you know, when the music basically stopped, live music stopped, stages were closed, the doors were closed, to remember how much we missed it at that time, but also how much we leaned into it at the worst of times. So many of us were listening to music in our homes and listening to whatever's happening on radio as well to help our own well-being. So it goes to, I think, you know, music and the arts goes to the very heart of, like I don't want to say in Ireland, to the very heart of who we are as a people. And, you know, as was said there, you know, in relation to the soft power, you know, at a state occasion, a big state ceremony, you'll always have music. I'm sure when we take over the EU presidency now in the summer, there'll be our arts and our music will be on show and showcase. And so I always made the argument as when I was in the position as minister, we have to start talking, but actually showing the artists that we truly value them. And that was my argument for the basic income. I do believe what we're doing with the basic income is going really further than any support I know of, in that the basic income is offered to artists and creative arts workers, not as a social protection support, but simply it's a recognition of the intrinsic value of artistic practice, And it's allowing our artists, allowing our musicians, allowing our songwriters, allowing our creatives just to focus on their practice and then be fairly compensated for it. And that's what the basic income. And I've said before, the basic income for the arts, the BIA, the acronym, is actually the Irish word for BIA. That's why I chose it, because I love our Irish language too. That certainly goes to our national identity too. But and to me, you know, we need nourishment. Everyone needs the nourishment, artistic nourishment. But equally, we can never forget that our artists need sustenance and support, and that's why I called it BIA. That's why the name was given. So we just cannot forget that of the intrinsic value of them. And then it's our duty then, if we get into a position as legislators, to legislate and make policy changes that recognises that.
I just want to add also, we all saw it during COVID. Suddenly, like, artists, they feed a big ecosystem. And suddenly, well, the artists can play. So many people were out of work because of that. You know, prop people, costumes, stage, and so on. And I can go on. So, yeah, it has a big impact on society.
I think I saw somewhere that artists are the biggest employers in the world. Something like, you know, musicians, because there's so many people that work in the teams. So something like the biggest employers in the world, as like individuals. Fact check that one, as Michael would say.
Yeah, and if I can just come in on that, and the basic income, it was creative arts workers as well. So, and it's exactly what you're saying there. It's the creative art worker is the you know, the people who make a key contribution to a production, so, or an interpretation of the arts. So if you're thinking about staging a play, the playwright is the artist who writes the work, but to produce a play for an audience requires, you know, many skilled creative people, including actors, directors, lighting designers, costume designers, and all those are included
100%.
For the basic income. They're captured in that.
Fantastic. So I guess this ties in quite nicely to my next question. How do certain rules balance with the financial realities of grassroots venues, for example, and other support structures which serve as incubators for artists? You know, do managers and independent promoters and all these kinds of people enjoy the same benefits as artists on each of your respective programs and initiatives?
There is help via the CNM and elsewhere that isn't just for artists. I mean, it's particularly the way the CNM works anyway. We work with French companies, basically, so we're a company in the music industry. So actually, artists we help don't have to be French nationality. They don't need to have a French passport. It's whether the company investing is French. So it's the publisher or the label or the agent or the management company that will apply for funding. So there's firstly that, but also there is help for festivals and digital startups and things like that as well. Outside that, you have in France, one example I can give is there is, and because this is important to actually the sort of ecosystem that's there and the path to maybe not success, but to sort of, at least there are ways of making progress, particularly as a live act in France. You have a network of subsidized venues called SMAC, which is Centre de Musique Actuelle, which are, they're funded venues of all throughout the various French regions. And they have their music venues, but they also have a role in terms of supporting and developing young acts. So they will work with local artists, and depending on the SMAC, the artists might have access to rehearsal rooms 24 hours a day and things like that. And they will also be given.
Wow.
They'll also be given. I've heard of one where they had just a swipe card and they could just go in and use it any time.
That'd be unreal.
And they'll also be given sort of advice on how to develop their stagecraft, and then what happens is between the SMACs, they will start swapping artists and people, so people can maybe go on smaller regional tours, and that circle can widen with, they're called tremplin, but they're basically sort of talent contests, essentially, that usually often attached to a festival. There's a festival called Printemps de Bourges, and Les Inuits de Printemps is a tremplin, this sort of talent contest that occurs alongside the festival. So these sort of circuits allow you to sort of build, build your career, particularly as a live act, because for that tremplin you might then go on and play the main festival, you can get booked to other festivals and so on. But that comes out of state subsidies for these SMACs, these subsidised venues, basically.
Fantastic. Do you guys have anything you'd like to add?
Well, I can explain how it works in Quebec. we try to fund the whole cycle, basically. So there's a lot of support for the schools at first and for artists in schools, because that's how kids can find out that they actually want to do that kind of career. And then to get proper training. And then when you're a young artist, you can ask for your first grant, for your first project. And then there's also funding when you're more advanced. We have two main funding bodies. One, our Arts Council, which is called the CALC, which funds individual and non-profit organizations. And then we have SODEC, which funds cultural companies and enterprises. And it's thanks to them, actually, that tomorrow the M for Montreal showcase will be presented. But they don't only fund like artists and creators, they also fund producers, but also, as I said, schools, but festivals and venues. And I know that sometimes back home I have musician friends who are like, oh, I didn't get my grant, I never get any grants. But I'm like, yeah, but you maybe played in the culture house, you maybe played in a festival, and that's an indirect like grant, because those events are really supported strongly. And for example, in Montreal, there's a big network of cultural houses, and it's always free. So which means that they can hire like emerging artists. They really they can take a lot of risks. They will still have a full audience, and it's an amazing way to help like the local bands to live in.
I guess then for me, how are the economic returns measured? Like in terms of, we spoke a little bit at the start about Ireland, but for you guys with these systems, it sounds like the funding is extended really broadly throughout the music sector. Are you seeing meaningful returns on investment here, whether that be like culturally or with tourism and export or financially?
I can speak, for example, about France, because we talked about radio quotas.
Yes, very briefly. We'll come back to that. Don't
We're
worry.
going to come back.
I got so much more to ask you about that.
Okay, all right. But yeah, and certainly, again, I don't have exact figures, but it's through the Bureau Export, which is the export office before, and the CNM. Yeah, I mean, there's certainly been since because the Bureau Export was the first export office in the world, so that started in sort of mid-90s. So when you had sort of French touch going on, and certainly the visibility of French artists around the world, and for example in the UK even has increased considerably. I'm not saying that's all down to the work of the Bureau Export or the CNM now, but that's part of it, and certainly it's because, and particularly in France, because of these subsidies, artists are a lot better paid for gigs and so on, and they're much better treated than they are in the UK.
Facts, by the way.
So it made touring for French artists, if you're doing it the first time, is a shock when you go outside France and you're like, you come to the UK and you're like,
come to the UK and it's like, yeah, you can have £80 and 4 beers.
Exactly, if you're lucky. So it's a pretty rude awakening. So having the help the CNM gives for touring, for example, makes certain tours possible that wouldn't be possible otherwise.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's a key thing. So in terms of getting acts touring, that's a big, and just being, having people in other countries being exposed to them is. So
it's quite a big export element, and like international.
It's part of it. I say the CNM is a bigger thing that also does market studies, tries to imagine the future of the music industry, and all sorts of things. But yeah.
What about for Quebec or Ireland? How are you feeling about your return on investment?
But if I can just come in, and it's to that maybe, and to the previous question on the live venues and so forth.
Absolutely.
I suppose another focus in recent years that I had was on the nighttime economy in Ireland, and really supporting those grassroots venues that help provide the stage for emerging talent. But those venues and the nighttime economy in Ireland, especially in rural Ireland, are what help a thriving, bustling, if you're talking about economic return, it brings life into towns that may otherwise be very quiet in the evening times. And what we did was we've piloted 9 nighttime advisors, so Dublin City, but then other towns and cities across Ireland, who link in and help, I suppose, the nighttime economy. And I know recent announcements would be like buses are now being provided as part of that. They identified this was a problem in rural Ireland. How do the people get in and out to the late night events that are being funded? And now there are 3 pilot buses being run till late in the evening in the west of Ireland and in the Midlands as well. And with the venues, we first established that relationship during COVID because they were on their knees financially, and we started funding them. But they're still suffering. So in my last year, I introduced an initiative which is continuing now, and it's at the minute it's €1 million initiative in Ireland supporting venues to put on, and it must be original music. So it's supporting that new original composer and artist to help them with their rising costs. And also our museums and galleries in Ireland that usually shut at 5 or 6 in the evening, we give money to them as well to open their doors to music, to poetry readings, and bring in a whole new audience. I always remember the first one in our National Concert Hall in Dublin. They had late night DJ, and they said it was incredible. In the concert hall, a whole new audience of people arrived in through the doors of the National Concert Hall, which I think is magic to introduce a whole new audience to a national cultural institution, but supporting artists as well. Because I think we have to focus on our venues that have that important role, and also the nighttime economy. And that is, once you're doing that, there is economic return because you're supporting something that is usually quiet. Now you have a bustling economy at nighttime, and that's what you get back in return.
There we go. There's the economic benefits. Would you like to add anything about Quebec?
Well, I don't have exact figures, but for us too, it's very important to export because we're only 9 million people, so it's a relatively small market. And actually, if I come back to that, it's not only the venues and the festivals that are supported, but as I said, showcases like M for Montreal, Mondial Montreal, and Pop Montreal. They really put the Quebec on the map, and I think that's why so many. You probably know a good bunch of bands from Montreal, and it's on the map because there's all those supports and all those events.
We also have the M for Montreal showcase. I think that we have a specific showcase tomorrow night for Montreal artists, so definitely worth going to. Last year they were crazy. Was Superplage last year?
Yeah, it was last year.
Unreal. Yeah. Anyway, sorry, I'm getting distracted. Amazing. So I said I had questions on radio quotas, so I'm going to go on to them. Olaf used a fantastic word in an email describing what's happened to BBC Radio Scotland, which was, am I allowed to say it? Enshittification. Yes! Both France and Quebec, though, you both have radio quotas that are more specific to language. So you have Francophone radio quotas. In Quebec, you also have Quebecois produced quotas. Am I phrasing that right?
I think on the Canadian side, it just has to be Canadian content.
Right, okay.
And if you're a French-speaking radio, you have to broadcast a certain percentage of French music, but it doesn't have to be from Quebec.
But it sounds like these have been, a boon for artists, labels, and music publishers. So can you guys give us a quick, radio quotas for dummies explanation of how they work, and then we'll maybe talk about how it's impacted the artists and the artists?
Okay, I'll start with the French quotas. So yeah, as was mentioned, they're about the language, and really it had nothing. It wasn't about specifically targeting radio. It's a law that came in '94, and there's a minister called Toubon, all good, as they called him as a joke. And it was about the French language and protecting the French language across various spheres, not just on the radio. But the result was that this quota came in, which was for 40% of music being played on the radio had to be French language, and French language meaning I think up to about 80% of the lyrics had to be in French. There are variants on that, depending on what kind of station you are. If you're a new music station, there's a sort of you have to play a certain amount of new music, and if you're more of a nostalgia station, then you have to play more French language music. And it was also altered more recently because what radio stations were doing was filling up their quota with just the same few tracks, basically. So there's a limit now on how much you can do that.
Just playing loads of Deacon Blue.
For example, yeah, or
Right,
whatever the
cool.
French the French
Whatever the
Deacon
French.
Blue are.
It's just all Deacon Blue and the Proclaimer.
Yeah, yeah. So there's
Yeah, I
a limit
love
on
that.
how many of like the top most popular songs, French
Yeah.
language songs you can play. Obviously, French radio stations don't like it because they don't get to play what they want to play.
Mm.
In terms of who benefits, well, firstly, French artists that sing in French, they benefit within France. I mean, in terms of who benefits overall, economically, like with most things, it's the major labels, because they can put the marketing behind French language singers, and
Right.
they can make sure they're in the ones getting played the most. So
Just spam it.
that's who benefits the most. But and the artists themselves. But just to give you an idea, and also give you an idea of one of the unintended effects of the quota. So last year's the top 10 album sales in France were all French artists, and they were all French rap or R&B artists. And that was another impact of the quotas, which was definitely not envisioned, I believe. I don't know if he was a fan of rap. I don't think so.
I'm, to be fair, a big fan of French rap.
So
It's
am I.
Awesome.
So am I. But
it's so good.
But I don't think Toubon, who when he brought the law in, was a fan of French rap. So I don't think he
No.
envisaged that what this would do would be like, well, stations looking around for French language content. And so what you've got in France, you've got Variété, which is like the mainstream kind of pop stuff. So that would be in French. Other than that, you had, I mean, rock artists would tend, that particularly in the sort of the 90s, would tend to much more sing in English for various reasons, partly because they saw it as that's the language of rock music, like, you know, German and Italian are the language of opera, or because they felt the weight of like the French language, this sort of literary French that was also in kind of 60s chanson, these very poetic lyrics, and they felt freer to write in English, all sorts of reasons anyway. So rock music wasn't going to get in, but
Right.
there was loads of rap music, which, you know, and rap artists tend to want to express themselves in, they're talking about their local
home language.
Yeah, the homeland and their local reality and all these things. So yeah, you got like Skyrock, which is a radio station that grew out, which is kind of almost pretty much all rap and R&B. So yeah, the result, I mean, I'm not saying that's the only reason for the success of rap in France, which by the way is the second market in the world for rap music after the US. Second biggest market. But I think in terms of laying the groundwork for where French rap is now, the radio quotas had a big influence. And again, it was an unintended influence, I think, of the quotas. And now it dominates the charts.
Yeah, so as I said, that was the quotas came in Canada because they felt that their radios it was only American music. So in 1971, they said, okay, let's put a quota, and the quota now is 35% of Canadian music.
Little did they know Justin Bieber was coming along.
And then for French-speaking, as I said before, French-speaking radio, they have to broadcast 65% of French language music. It doesn't have to be Canadian or Quebec. And there's also restrictions on when it has to be broadcast, like 55% of that has to be during peak hours, because they don't want you to play 2 hours of of French music between 2 and 3 a.m., you know, and but yeah, obviously it had huge impact. I mean, we don't have figures, but just that means like royalties flowing through that ecosystem. And that as we said, it's not only the artist, it's everything. It's the studios, the producers, the labels, anything that benefit from that and make sure that the ecosystem exists. And also I can point out that, for example, in Quebec, we were big consumers of our own music. But now that radio is maybe not the main way we listen to music, we're starting to see that's going down, obviously, because, again, the online platforms, they don't have those same quotas, so it makes a difference.
Okay, I've got 2 quick-fire questions. We've got 6 minutes, and then we're going to take questions from the audience. So you better prepare them. You've got 6 minutes to think about it. Each of you can give an answer for these. First one is, what's next? What lies ahead? For you, maybe basic income. For you, maybe the streaming quotas. I'm not sure about for France, but if anyone wants to just jump on.
I'm happy to go in. Just to say, I forgot to mention, we do promote our touring artists as well and musicians around the world with Culture Ireland. And what's next is, I hope that the learnings and the research from the basic income for the arts could lead to other governments around the world adopting this as a crucial support to lift away that precarious nature of being an artist and just allowing our artists to do what they do best, which is create. And I ought to say I've been there, I've been at the cabinet table, I've made all the arguments, we have the research, it can be done now. So it's not a case, you know, can it be done? It can, we've done it and we have the research, and I'm hoping that the research we have in Ireland will help others, you know, persuade at the cabinet tables across the world to do this.
Fab?
I mean, I guess my pessimistic concern is that as things move rightward, generally, that these sorts of rights that, you know, that I guess have been taken for granted for a long time, and as they should be, I don't think, you know, that's a bad thing, in France might get eroded, and there have been signs of that. So I think that's the pessimistic view. I think in terms of, and, you know, the other thing is that every system has its weaknesses. Like I said about the intermittence, there are problems with that. In terms of the minimum, you know, that musicians have to be paid all the time, which is great in principle, but, you know, I had, for example, a French jazz agent asking me, basically something like, I don't know if you know Total Refreshment Centre in London, which was like one of the hubs where sort of the UK jazz scene, and the London jazz scene, particularly the new scene, which isn't that new anymore, but anyway, grew up, but partly because people could just get together and jam, and it could be quite spontaneous, and the French system doesn't really allow for that spontaneity sometimes. Yeah. Obviously, it's still better that people will get paid, and obviously, there's sometimes people look at the UK a bit jealously and say, oh, well, things DIY, and that makes things stronger. I mean, I think that might have been relevant in the 80s where people could live cheaply and live off the dole. I don't think that's relevant relevant anymore. And people get caught between. Actually, another London, sort of UK-based French artist I know is basically that situation where last album's getting good reviews, it's touring a lot, but the revenue is not huge from that, and at the same time that gives them less time to do the day job that allows them to live. So they're caught in this kind of in-between situation. So nothing is perfect in terms of the system. I mean, the ideal thing, we've got basic income, the ideal thing would be universal basic income.
Yep. Retweet.
To be honest, I don't think everyone has the right to make a living from the music they make, but everyone has the right to be able to not have to make a living from whatever artistic practice they want to pursue. And I think universal basic income allows for that. So that would be the ideal future for me. But
UBI for France, then, hopefully.
UBI for the world, yeah.
Yeah, UBI for the world. Hell yeah. Really universal. Yeah. And then for yourself, what's next?
Well, I will stay in the what's going on. I mean, that would be so nice. But
yeah, that was the dream. But
that was the dream.
Utopic thinking.
Yeah, I think I mentioned it before. So now for policies in Quebec, it will be to implement that new bill 109. How are we going to apply quotas to online platforms? And we're ready. We know that we will have to fight every step of the way. Even at the moment, Canada is renegotiating this collective agreement in North America, the ACEUM. So it's just like, you know, and we know that we'll have to fight to keep arts and culture as the cultural exceptions that it, you know, so yeah, that's where we are.
Wonderful. I think we'll work in reverse order then for the next question, which is what's your advice to a government or government body looking to implement policies and initiatives similar to the ones that you guys have all worked on? Any takeaways, learnings, blah, blah, blahs? Don't do it, it's awful, it's the worst.
No, always do it.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, always do it. I think it's, again, the point is that, you know, so I think with the Irish scheme, like the French system, more people can apply for the money, or to apply for the unemployment benefit, but again, there are more conditions attached, I think is my understanding, compared to the Irish basic income.
So what would your advice be then, there's obviously differences between all three countries, just culturally, but also between the nitty-gritty of the policy. What would your advice be to, for example, Scotland or anywhere else in the world? I
mean, I prefer the no strings attached, or the fewer strings attached option, I think, for us. That's, you know, in my sort of utopian vision of universal basic income, it would be that. So that would be good, but then again, it has to be how many people have access to that. So I think intermittence is not perfect, but it's a pretty good system, and it also covers not just music, but the wider cultural sector. So it's not a bad route to go down, but also it can be amended, it can be adapted.
It's plastic.
Certainly, it's plastic. Yeah.
Absolutely. Ingrid?
Yeah, I would say the most important is that societies and government value culture and arts. I mean, when you start to say, oh, don't study in arts, that's a lousy job, it's really bad. I mean, it's just value, recognize that it brings a lot to your culture and to your society, and then finance it accordingly.
Catherine, do you want to close us out with this one?
Yeah, I guess I always felt, you know, I had to fight hard for the funding I got and for the basic income, and I always said, and I still do, I don't think it should have to be that hard of a fight, because we should be valuing our artists. So it's about really making all politicians from all parties and none, you know, becoming your political champions and making that argument that, you know, the arts need to be supported, they should be budget priorities, not something that should be dropped in time of fragile economic circumstances. So like all the world is feeling fragile at the moment. That doesn't mean we should just go, okay, let's cut the arts. If anything, it should be the opposite argument. That's when we should be focusing on the arts to support them. And I think then from the other side, if I was to think about that basic income and the fight to get it over the line, to say when it comes to policy that you want to get over the line, you really believe in, you need to work with others, you know, so you can't be working in silos. And I think the artistic community came together as one, from the initial day of the task force that made the recommendation to linking in with the department. And it wasn't that then the minister, myself, and the civil servants went off on their own and did it. It was working together along the way, the public consultation, the consultation with the artists, coming together as one voice, working together to make something happen, and never to underestimate that. And also when it comes to these key policy changes, remember at election times, like you have in Scotland and Wales, for example, get those onto the manifestos, the key policy changes you need, get the pledges over the line and follow through on that when you see who gets elected and who made those pledges publicly to support. So that would be my take, and I just absolutely agree the value, the intrinsic value of the arts to everyone.
Well, thank you so much, all three of you, for answering all these questions and for your time. I have 8 minutes to take questions from the crowd. There are 2 rules. One of which is you must wait for the microphone or people streaming won't be able to hear you. And the second is that we need to keep them really short so that our panelists have an opportunity to answer. So if you can just keep it to questions only, and if you have a story or anything else you'd like to say to the panelists, apart from Catherine, everyone else will be kicking about today. So you can find them afterwards. So yeah, we've got first question here.
Hi, thanks, you're doing great work. Do we use the example of the fundamental right-wing Republican Christian in America who got an oil field from his father in Texas and is beginning to close it down because he sees the money in renewables? Doesn't believe in climate change, but believes in money. Do we use that example as a way to convince, hopefully, centre-right and right-wing governments we have to start funding art like it's infrastructure, which is what it is? You fund it like schools and roads and hospitals. We all need art. As a species, we come from art. It was language before it was language. This hopefully shouldn't be hard to convince people of, but if we can't, show them the money, as Ireland did. That's not a question, it's a state. Or do you agree? There we go, question.
What's your hot take?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of who I work for, the C&M, I mean, that was certainly, that was something that had been on the table for a long time. Under different governments, it had slightly different names, and then it kind of went on the back burner and kind of came back. But obviously something that would not exist without the economic benefits of it being stressed. Even despite the French love of culture and all those things, you know, you have to justify this, and the industry has to be on board. And what the C&M does is bring kind of all the players in the industry around the same table, certainly in theory. You know, in terms of the funding rounds, you've got representatives of management, people across management, publishing, you know, labels, all areas of the industry really. So yeah, I mean, that wouldn't have got anywhere without people having made a strong economic case. And so yeah, I think you have to have both, absolutely.
I'm just going to say that the figures are there. There are economical like benefits and outcomes. It's just we have to repeat them 5 times until they hear it, because they don't want to believe it.
Anything you want to add there, Catherine?
Yeah, no, it's the money argument is always the one. That's my experience from being at the cabinet table. It has to make financial sense. the economic benefit, and that's what you had with that research. That's why I felt it was probably even more important, than the actual money that was being given to the artists, because it would help make it permanent, and that's what happened. If you think that €1 became 139 to back to society, tax generated, savings and social welfare, the artists being able to hire other people to help them with their creativity, and it's when you're down to like the final arguments or trying to persuade other cabinet colleagues in Ireland, Finance Department and Department of Public Expenditure, that's the argument that it comes down to. Like we all get it, about the intrinsic value of the arts, what they mean to us, but that won't work at cabinet level. You have to have that money argument, and now we have that. With the basic income, and that's why I say I hope that research will help others.
Thank you for your question. I think you had one here, and then we'll go down to the front. Thank you.
Hi, really enjoyed listening to all of you speak. Thanks so much. This might not be a question you can answer because you're not based institutionally in the UK or in Scotland, but as a freelance artist, it's quite hard to stay abreast of some of like the positive legislative changes to like artists' rights in the UK. I was just wondering if you had anything that we should be aware of, like as a positive or encouragement for the future in the UK and Scotland for like some of these changes that might be happening here.
I've tried to be a musician in the UK. I live in Scotland. I'm based in Scotland, and very quickly I ended up going back and forth between Canada because it was so much easier to make a living out there. So I don't know. I think it's basic working conditions that have to be agreed on, and that means that everybody has to not play unless they're paid a certain number. I don't know. You just have to raise the
unionize.
Unionize.
I think just the problem with the UK is just how everything's so disparate. You have to go and just search all over. There isn't this spirit of coming together and let's find a solution, a common solution. Sort of in terms of the industry, certainly. I mean, I know that there are efforts, but they're people kind of fighting, sort of going against the stream, really. But any initiatives that which encourage more, whether it's Music Venues Trust and people and organisations like that do great work. So more of that and more people talking to each other really is the only way forward.
I would just say, as an artist in Scotland as well, if you're looking for resources, the Scottish Music Industry Association, PRS and Musicians Union, all of their newsletters are a great source of information if you're just looking for that info. But beyond accessing resources, I would definitely try and speak to PRS today because they're so knowledgeable. And I think Stuart is kicking about somewhere. I don't know if he's in here though. Anyway, Catherine, is there anything you want to put in?
I suppose speaking with my Ivers Academy hat on, for singers and songwriters, like the website's amazing for those resources, for those supports. And look, only in the last year, the per diems, the success on that for songwriters. And I think in Scotland, the debate has started on the basic income with the election, so that's a good thing. I think also we need to look at dignity at work for our artists, for our musicians. We have a safe to create, a binding code. So, for example, for the venues, the live venues, those grassroots venues, to one of the criteria is that they sign the code. Which is, protection of the artist's basic dignity to work. That can be seen on safetocreate.ie. It's something we brought in the last few years as well, because we have to be sure that our artists feel safe when they are employed, when they get the gigs, etc. So, or at the festivals as well. So that's all I have to say on that.
We have 1 minute left for maybe one more question.
Yeah, go on, why not?
Mic him. Get him mic'd. I love your glasses, by the way.
Thank you. Just so it seems like, so data is obviously really important in the ability to make these things happen. Are there things that artists can do to help people like you make these in terms of what they're doing with their streaming, what they're signing up to, what organizations they're becoming part of? Are there ways that artists can help bring the data that makes the case?
It's exactly that. If we have helped you and if it has generated outcome, we always tell the artist, tell us, because we're going to put it in our report, and it explains why it's so important that we do what we do. So it's, and I know we have so many things to do when we're an artist, and you don't necessarily think about that, but when you have a grant and you have to fill up a report, it's very, very important, because it explains why the grant was important.
Yeah, I mean, I work more with artist teams, but obviously that means sometimes working directly with artists, and in some cases the teams are the artist and they've got their own company and things like that, or all the way up to majors where obviously you're dealing with lots of stakeholders. But yeah, absolutely. I mean, for example, if we work with showcase festivals around the world, so what we need from team, we need feedback on that. You know, what kind of results did you get from that? How many people did you get to speak to? And obviously to apply for funding, people need to give us, because there's also funding for, you can just work for a record label and go, well, I want to go to Germany and meet people, and how many meetings, and you can get funding for that trip as well. So obviously you need to back that up with how many people you met, who they met, how important that is to your to development of your label or to the particular artist you're working with. So yeah, it all has to be backed up with for the funding applications, yeah. And again, as well as streaming stats and I say social media, press, all those things are crucial, yeah.
Any final comment, Catherine? And then that's us.
Again, I would just speak from songwriters and composers of the Irish Academy. Yeah, you have to we have to be informed of what you're experiencing in order to act on it and campaign on it. So that's all that's essential.
Well, thank you so much, everybody in the room. Thank you, everyone online who's watching. And most of all, thank you to our panelists. If everyone can give them a big round of applause, please. And yeah, everyone will be, well, all three of us will be kicking about. So if you have any questions or you want to have a conversation, you can either find our contacts on the White Days app, or you can go for a wander and find us in person. All right, bye. Please go away now.